Hello, everybody. This is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. We got a supreme, spectacular night of exclusive interviews for you tonight and all weekend. Here we go. The first interview we're going to have is Steve Carney, my good friend. He's going to have a Major League Baseball season preview on Around the Majors. Then Courtney Riddell joins us for the Renaissance Mama. And then we got exclusive interviews. Wow, what exclusives. Tom Izzo, the famous coach, will be on here. Yes, Tom Izzo, the famous coach. Then we have wrestler Aaron Stevens, formerly Damian Sandow in the WWE, talking about NWA 312 and WrestleMania that happens this weekend. And Tracy Murray, the former Toronto Raptor and NBA champion, talking about the NCAA, and also Taylor Woods, the Arnold Schwarzenegger strong man, strong woman champion, and now a hockey champion, along with Justin Levine and Marty Roberts. And Marty Roberts will stay and be joined by Billy the Greek talking about the Blue Jays regular season opener that they're playing right now in St. Louis, tied up at six. Yes, at six in the seventh inning. But before we get to that, I'm just going to give you the scores in Major League Baseball thus far. The Mets beat the Marlins 5-3. The Twins 2-0. The Rays shut out the Tigers 4-0. Cubs beat the Brewers 4-0. The Orioles clipped the Boston Red Sox 10-9. Yankees shut out the Giants 5-0. Braves 7, Nationals 2. And in the seventh, 6-6 between the Blue Jays and Cardinals. Texas leading Philadelphia 11-7, bottom of the eighth, end of eighth. Pittsburgh leading Cincinnati 7 o'clock. White Sox Houston 9:40. Colorado San Diego 10:07. The Angels and Oakland, and also 10:10. Cleveland Seattle, Arizona, and the Dodgers. But as promised, here is the first interview. It's the Major League Baseball season preview with my good friend, Steve Carney. Hey, everybody, this is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to MLB season preview with the one and only Steve Carney from Tampa Bay, Florida, here on Around the Majors. Steve, are you gearing up? See, St. Louis in the background. I had to put because the Toronto Blue Jays, the future World Series champions, are opening up in St. Louis as Today we won't go to the game because it started at 4:10, and we're a little bit later here. But Steve, let's go through maybe each divisions, like each couple of teams. First, we'll start off in the American League East with the Blue Jays, the Rays, Yankees, Baltimore there now, and Tampa. I don't have to talk about Tampa. You're from Tampa. Is it a three-horse race?
I think most likely it's a three-horse race. Depending on what happens with Baltimore. I really do think that, you can pretty much pencil in Yankees, Rays, Jays, maybe not in that order, as being three teams that are probably going to win at least 85 games this year.
Yeah.
Some of these teams may win more. Some of these teams may be right around that 85 win mark. I think the big question is going to be with Baltimore, especially when it comes to the pitching. Can they keep their pitching healthy? I think that Baltimore is going to find itself in the same area that the Blue Jays are in. I think the Orioles can certainly score enough runs. We've seen what they have. They're going to have Gunnar Henderson now playing in the infield, who is their number one prospect, following up from Adley Rutschman last year, who was the number one prospect in baseball. Henderson is in that same category as being one of the top prospects in the entire sport. I think that they are going to be able to score runs. The big question is going to be, can they prevent runs? And that, I think, is where you're going to find out if the Blue Jays and or Orioles are going to be 85 win teams or if they're going to be 95 win teams. I think that the Blue Jays have a better shot of being a 95 win team than the Orioles, but I think that they both could, if they can't get enough run prevention, they could both end up being 85 win teams.
All right, so that's American League East. So give me the order, what you say from 1 to 5 or 1 to 4.
Oh, it's going to be so tough. I think that until we hear otherwise, I think the Yankees have to be one. Even without Frankie Montas, who is probably going to miss at least the first half of the season, if not more, without Luis Severino starting the year, and with Nestor Cortez probably being on a pitch count to start the year, I think they still have enough in order to get to number one, especially if they can start getting some of these other kids. Like, they're going to have Anthony Volpe, who is one of their top prospects, starting the year at shortstop, and they've got plenty of other young bats and young arms coming up behind him. So I really do think that the Yankees will end up being one. I think that Toronto and Tampa Bay are both going to be very, very close. I think this is like a game one way or the other between the two of them,
Wow.
because I think that what the Rays do well is what the Blue Jays can struggle with. I think the Rays were going to pitch better. I think that the Blue Jays obviously can hit better, but I think that if the Rays stay healthy, I think they can keep it. I think they're going to be much better off this year than they were last year. You think about it, they really never hit their stride at all in 2022. I mean, we talked about it a lot here in Tampa. It was like, okay, they're going to get to this point where they're going to end up winning 13 out of 15. And they never did, because it seemed like every time they seemed to get everything into place, they end up getting somebody hurt. Brandon Lau missed a significant portion of last year. Wander Franco, Manuel Margot, Harold Ramirez, Kevin Kiermaier, all missed significant time with the team last year. And so I think having Brandon Lau healthy and with no shifts, I think that having they got very good springs from both Josh Lowe and Luke Raley, which I think was a very nice thing for them to see, because I think those were two big areas of concern, was who's going to play first base and who's going to be left-handed hitters in this lineup. And so you have both of them there. So I think that they're probably going to be, I think both the Rays and the Blue Jays could end up being 90, 91 game winners when all is said and done. I think Baltimore finishes fourth, but I again think they could be 85, 86 game winners. And I think the Red Sox trail significantly behind the four of them.
All right. So before we get to the other divisions, you're big, executive in Major League Baseball.
I wish I was an executive, because I'd fire your ass, Joe.
Who pitch clock and the speed of the game and all that. So roughly,
it's worked out, hasn't it? I mean, you look at it, they, by all estimates, the pitch clock has worked out wonderfully here in the spring. We've gone from what the average game was in the spring last year at 3 hours and 1 minute, and this year in the spring it was 2 hours and 36 minutes. I think that's a huge boost. It's 27 minutes of time changed. So I really do think that's a really nice thing, and it really didn't change anything other than it shortened the length of the game. I think that and to be honest with you, if you get a 3 hour game now, you're going, oh my God, what the hell is, I'll give you an example. I did a game this spring. It was the Yankees and Phillies, and it was Luis Severino who got shelled and Aaron Nola who got shelled.
Wow.
And ended up being 3 hours and 30 minutes. And I cannot tell you how long that game felt. And when I got done, I had to say to myself, that was a normal length game last year. And I'm going, oh my God, this thing is taking forever. And so that, I think, is going to be the big thing with the pitch clock. I think that people are going to be like, you know what, it's now a shorter game. There's going to be more action to it. I think it works out well.
Also, with bigger stolen bases, you mentioned the pitch clock, but the umpires calling you got to move it faster because if they don't like, you saw what happened to the Phillies catcher JT, right? With an umpire there.
Yeah, that looked like a misunderstanding to me. I
Yeah,
was not there for that game. That looked like a misunderstanding between the home plate umpire and JT Realmuto, and that's something that uh, you wish didn't happen, but it's going to happen. I mean, we're all human.
and here's the other. Not only Rogers Center, it looks like almost a lot of stadiums have put in the fences, but and different dimensions and all that. How does that, do you think, affect baseball without the shift? Also, I can't forget about that.
Yeah, with no shift, I think the left-handed hitters are going to find it to be a little nicer, not having to look over on the right side of the infield and seeing four guys over there. Joey Gallo doesn't have to worry about seeing four guys over on the right side of the infield. Although what they are doing, and what I have seen in some games this spring, is you'll see the right fielder move in,
Yeah.
and you'll see the outfield kind of shift, so you basically go into a two-man outfield with the right fielder now in. So get ready to see some 9-3 putouts, which I think could be very interesting.
It's crazy. All right, so let's look at where you want to start. We did the American League East. Let's go to Central here. Give me your order of finish in the AL Central.
Well, we'll start from the bottom because I think we can all agree that you'll probably see Detroit and Kansas City
Yeah.
in the bottom in whatever order. It may be the Royals at the bottom, it might be the Tigers at the bottom. But I think that both of those teams are significantly behind the other three clubs in that division. I really do think that Minnesota getting Carlos Correa back is a huge plus for them, and I do think that Rocco Baldelli is going to make the best out of that. The Chicago White Sox are a team that you're going, they feel like they should be a big team as well. I mean, no, now with a new manager and the like, I really do think that when you look at how the AL Central looks uh, this year, I think that could be a very interesting uh, character. Like, I think that's a very interesting area for them to be in. Cleveland, uh, I mean, I personally like the Guardians.
Yeah.
I think Shane Bieber, even though most people know he's one of the best pitchers in the American League, I don't think he gets the respect that other you know top of the rotation pitchers can get at some points. So I like the Guardians. I saw that Andres Jimenez is going to get a new extension, which is nice. It's good for them. Of course, I think that when it comes to closing out games, I think they might be the best of the bullpens in the league this year with Emmanuel Clase. He's just so good. And then of course, um,
White
when you
Sox.
have the White Sox, of course, no Jose Abreu anymore. I think that they're looking to maybe this might be the time that they end up maybe looking at, is it time to rebuild on the south side of Chicago? That could be interesting.
All right, so
So I've
now,
I've Cleveland I've Cleveland up top with Minnesota second, and probably both of them are somewhere in the 89 to 90 win range.
all right, so now let's look at the West, and specifically, let's look at where Team USA, the matchup, the pitcher, or should I say, the pitcher hitter against the real hitter there. Uh, because what do you expect from the Angels? They got two of the best players, okay, and they still win 62 games.
Again, it just shows you how important pitching is, because the Angels have on paper, the Angels should be able to should be able to score 800-900 runs in a season. They should. The problem is that they can't pitch, and that's been their major issue. over years has been, can they pitch? And the answer has always been no. For me, the American League West is likely to see a new leader this year. I think the Astros not having Altuve for the first 2 months of the season, I think is going to be a big hit to them. And so I think that if the Mariners can take advantage of that and get out to a big start early, I think that the Mariners could end up winning the American League West this year over Houston.
All right. So and now staying in the West, there, I gotta ask you this. That question's always coming.
Here it
Oakland,
comes.
Oakland, and Tampa. Does it look like Oakland's gonna move to Vegas?
To me, from what I've seen on the outside, and I've got no inside sources when it comes to Oakland. Um, with the A's franchise and especially the problems that they seem to have encountered in trying to get a new ballpark built in Oakland, it would not surprise me to see them in Las Vegas and to see that announcement coming very soon.
So now let's say if they move to Vegas, does that mean there's a cash influx and Oakland turns into, well, the Yankees?
Nah, I don't think so. Because the ownership's not changed.
Yeah.
So I just think that especially if they can get a stadium built and to have it built where it does not cost them a whole lot out of pocket, I think that just is a big plus for them. I don't think that I it's like I don't see the Rays payroll. I see them going from 100 to 300 million dollars just
Yeah.
because they get a new stadium built. I just don't see it. I don't see what um the ownership. I don't think the ownership sees what the positive is for them, especially with the Rays, because they're already winning with low payrolls.
Yes.
So it's a big difference there.
But where you're at, the Rays with the old stadium, the proposed new stadium, every stadium here,
Mhm.
like, what is it the end of baseball in Tampa area? Let's say if this was 2026.
I don't think so. No, I think the ballpark is going to get built in St. Petersburg. Um, I know that, and it's funny. I was talking to another reporter today, and he, of course, is I can't believe it. 25 years, and it showed that they can't draw over here. They can't draw over here. I'm like, you know, I love people that want to carry water for politicians down here because they're like, oh, it should be built in Tampa. Well, all you're doing is you're echoing the talking points of one particular politician down here. And guess what? It's time to put your cards on the table in Tampa. And where are they? They're sitting on the rail.
Yeah.
They're twiddling their thumbs. They don't have anything.
So
It's
what's going
they
on then?
bluffed. They bluffed, and the team called their bluff. They called and they had to fold. So right now, the way things are standing, they're going forward with a new stadium on the Tropicana Field site, which is twice as large as any proposed site that they've had so far in Tampa. The largest site that they had for a possible stadium was 37 acres. The Tropicana Field site is 86 acres. So it's over
Wow.
twice as
Double.
large. And with it, they can then build more residential retail, and they can do what the Braves did in Atlanta, what the Padres did in San Diego, and what the Nationals did in Washington, D.C. in the Navy Yard district. That's what they're looking to do. They're not looking to just build a baseball stadium. The Marlins did that. You see what happened to the Marlins. They got a beautiful ballpark, and they ain't got jack around it. So, it's not, and so there's no reason for people to go just to see a ball game. You need to make it a full inclusive experience where you can go do your shopping and people can live close by the ballpark. You do that, you're going to bring more money in, you're going to bring more people in, and I think that's the right way to go.
That's definitely the right way to go. You got to build a community. the whole community ballpark. And when you think about baseball, what is it? It's a family community. Summertime,
Mhm.
springtime, hot dogs, and go with family and all that. Because let's face it, till this year, hopefully they move the clocks. Instead of 3 hours, it's 2 hours 36 minutes and all that. Baseball is a fairly lengthy, some people would say boring game. You know what I mean? So until they fast move in, until they have something, look what they did at the Rogers Center. Now every stadium, not only Rogers Center, every stadium is doing a social thing, and bars and everything like that. So they want to attack the younger crowd, much like you're in your 30s. I'm almost 50 now, right? So all right, let's get to the National League here. National League East, go give me your order.
Oh my goodness. This is probably the scariest of the, when you're looking at three teams that not only could win the division, but I think could win the World Series.
Series, yeah.
It's amazing with Atlanta, with Philadelphia, and with the New York Mets. I I I think that until they can prove otherwise, I think that you got to put the Phillies at the top,
Yeah.
only because I really do think that they are unfortunately the most complete of those three teams. Not
It's
only do
their
they
they've been there, done it, but the
well,
Mets.
and the Mets have the better pitching.
Yeah.
I would say that the Braves have the better hitting, but I think that the Phillies are better than the other two teams in the other category.
Yeah.
So I think the Braves are the better hitters, but I think the Phillies are second. And I think the Mets are the better pitchers, but I think the Phillies are second. And so I think that, and having a new closer in Kimbrel, uh, who obviously the Mets don't have a closer anymore, because he got hurt in the World Baseball Classic,
Yeah.
and the Braves closer is not it's going to be either Kirby Yates, who you guys know in Toronto, and I know him
Yeah.
from his time here in Tampa Bay. Is a great reliever, but he's missed. I think he's made 6 appearances in the last 3 seasons because of arm issues. So, are you going to have him close? Are you going to have AJ Minter close? I would much rather have Kimbrel. So I got to put the Phillies up top. And then I would probably go Mets, Braves in that order,
Oh,
just
Braves
because of the
3.
pitching.
Wow. Braves
Only
3.
because of the pitching. I think they all make the playoffs. But I think those 3 teams can make the will be the 3 that make the playoffs. And then Miami and Washington. I feel bad for poor Davey Martinez,
Yeah.
who I've known for a long time. Jim Hickey, who is the pitching coach now in Washington, of course, was the pitching coach here in Tampa for many, many years. They got dealt a really bad hand. Steven Strasburg, is he ever going to throw another pitch again? They're in really rough shape, and now the talk is that it looks like the Lerner family, who owns the Nationals, are looking to sell as well.
Yeah.
So if they sell, you know, they have no more Soto. They've got, there's really not a whole heck of a lot to be excited for in Washington. In Miami, I think they've got one of the best young pitchers in all of baseball, Sandy Alcantara, who won the
So,
Cy Young Award last year. But there's very little around him. So Lopez, um, Jesus Luzardo, is he gonna be the right fit in the number 3 spot? Is Sixto Sanchez ever going to come back? I think there's just too many questions for Miami to be any higher than 4, and then Washington, unfortunately, a distant 5.
in that division, like we talked about, could that division have 3 teams to win 93 to 96 games?
I think it's tough. I think it would be tough for all 3 of them to win 93 games. I would not be surprised to see a 100, a 95, and a 90, though. That would not surprise me at all.
That's
Especially this year, now that the schedule is different and you're not playing division rivals 19 times this year. It's only 13. So I think it makes it more likely that you will see at least one of those teams over 100 and all three of those teams over 90.
Now, with that, I forgot to mention when we were talking about that, do you think it helps out more the American or National League?
That's a good question.
Because if you're like in the
I'll tell
if
you it
you're in the
hurts.
East Division, if you're in the East Division, National League East, playing those guys 19 times, you're never going to have 93 wins. And then
Yeah,
if you're in the American League East, playing the Yankees 19 times, or the Jays or Tampa, and you play the
the
Cubs
teams
or whatever another
the
couple times.
teams that it does hurt, it's going to hurt the teams or the whatever team is the top team in the American League Central, because they're not going to be playing the Tigers and
Yeah.
the Royals 19 times each. And it's probably going to hurt Seattle because they're not going to play the Angels and the Rangers 19 times this season. I don't know if the balanced schedule really helps anybody, but there are definitely teams that it does hurt.
Okay, so let's get to the National League Central there.
The National League Central. Yeah, this is Milwaukee's year in the National League Central.
Really?
Especially because I have a feeling that sometime after the season, Corbin Burns is going to be elsewhere.
Yes.
So they're gonna. I think they're really going to try and up his trade value as much as possible. I don't think they trade him in season, but it would not surprise me to see him get dealt after the World Series somewhere else. So you have, but I think that the National League Central and in particular Milwaukee, I'm gonna give you a little hint. My MVP in the National League is on this team.
Oh, wow. And isn't former Blue Jay Rowdy Tellez?
It is not former Blue Jay Rowdy Tellez, although I got to say that Rowdy did a great job in the World Baseball
Yeah.
Classic representing Team Mexico. Rowdy, a guy that I like very much personally. He and I, obviously, we have the same dietitian. So
Me too.
and you as well. But yeah, I like Rowdy Tellez a lot. It is not Rowdy Tellez, but there is but the guy that I think could be the National League MVP is on that team.
Wow. Well, if Milwaukee does win that division, he had to have a very, very MVP like year.
Yeah, I agree. And then the other teams in the Central, obviously, the Cardinals are going to be competitive. Obviously, this kid Jordan Walker that is going to start the year at the big league club. I saw him at the very end of the spring, and I will tell you this: if this whole baseball thing doesn't work out for Jordan Walker, he could get a job scaring uncivilized tribes by blotting out the sun. He's enormous. He's one of the biggest people I've ever seen in my life. He blots out the sun. He's huge.
Wow.
But he took like a half swing in Sarasota and hit a ball like 500 feet, like just kind of like whatever, and
that's it.
It just took off 5. I was like, good grief! It was one of the hardest hit baseballs I saw all spring, except for O'Neal Cruz. O'Neal Cruz is definitely an incredible specimen. But and then you've got the Cubs. What can you say about the Cubs? The Cubs, I think, are
the Cubs. Put it that way.
The Cubs. They're the lovable losers. So.
Yeah, they're the Cubs. So let's look at the National League West as we close it out here. It's again that last year it was good. This year maybe even better here with the West: San Fran, San Diego, LA.
Yeah, really, most people think of it as a 2-horse race between the Dodgers and the Padres, the battle of Interstate 5 as to who's going to take the National League West. As much as I like the moves that San Diego did, and could you imagine what they would look like with Aaron Judge in their lineup as well? But I still have to go with the Dodgers because you can't you can't just make chemistry happen. And it seems like that's what the Padres are trying to do every year. They go out and they bring somebody in and they hope that chemistry develops. They go out and they sign Manny Machado and they hope chemistry develops. They go out and they get Blake Snell and Yu Darvish and they hope that chemistry develops. They go out and they get Juan Soto and they hope that and Josh Hader and they hope chemistry develops. They go out and they get Xander Bogaerts and they hope that chemistry develops. Well, the Dodgers already have that chemistry, and I think that's going to be a big plus for them. And I think that's probably the reason why they do end up. And I do think that this is a division where you could see two teams winning over 95 games.
Wow.
But I do think that the Dodgers by maybe a game end up as the division champ, and then you've got San Diego looming there.
All right, so here it is. You know, this is your favorite question. What I always ask every year, and this guy for some reason every year I went back on it. Every year he gets it right.
I
Do
know.
you remember?
It's
You remember
ridiculous.
who you picked last year? Like I don't. Okay, so who's your pick for?
Well, I picked the Astros last year.
I know, of course, hindsight. Come on, but uh, American League champion, National League champion, and then Cy Young and MVPs and all that. So go ahead, American League.
American League champion is going to be that. This is going to be a real drag out street fight. It really is. I do think that you look at the teams that are going to make the postseason in the American League between the Yankees, Toronto, the Rays, probably Minnesota, and then the Mariners, and is that it? Hold on. I'm trying to. I had to take my shoes off to count there. So you got three. You've got the winner of the Central, winner of the West, and one final wild card. So I really think you've got. So again, let's try it again. Yankees, Blue Jays, Rays, Twins, Mariners, Astros. That's a really good slugfest. I mean, there's gonna be teams that are just gonna be beating the tree bark off each other.
Is it harder in the American League than the National League?
No,
Because
it's
Columbia
harder in the
survived.
National League. It's going to be much harder in the National League. But those are six teams, and especially the three teams in the American League East, they don't like each other much.
No.
So I think those three teams are really, really going to, if they have to play each other, it's going to be really bad. But out of the American League, you know, I hate saying this. I really, really do. I think I gotta go with the Yankees. I really do. I do. I gotta go with the Yankees. It's sad. I'm not happy about it. I'm really not. I want to say the Rays so bad.
No,
I do.
It's either the Yankees.
The problem I have with the Rays is their month of May is absolutely brutal. Check out who the Rays have to face in May. I went and looked this up because it was like, because I saw it and I was just like, oh my God, the hell is wrong here? Their schedule in May, from May the 5th through May the 28th, Yankees, Orioles, Yankees, Mets, Brewers, Blue Jays, Dodgers.
Oh, that's easy.
That is not fair. That's not fair.
but I think every team this year has a couple weeks, a month like that. Every team, to be fair with you, every team, like Blue Jays, technically, because the Rogers Center opens up late, they start the year on a 10-game road trip. They go to St. Louis and everything like that, and then they come back, and then they go out to the West Coast again. I believe Anaheim the last trip there. So it's every team.
All right, I will say that the Blue Jays schedule. How about this? Starting May 9th, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Yankees, Baltimore, Rays, Twins, Brewers, Mets, Houston, Minnesota, Baltimore.
And that's, I think, worse than the Tampa one.
That's over a month.
Yeah,
That's over a month.
yeah.
That's pretty
That's
bad.
that's okay. So you're saying the Yankees now in the
I'm gonna
National
go with
League,
the Yankees, mostly because I just think that they are probably the most complete and have the experience to do it.
and you say Yankees. So I gotta ask you this: Aaron Judge, 63 or
No,
higher?
lower.
50.
I think he ends up in the low 50s. I think he ends up like 51 maybe.
Okay.
I think I think he gets to 50, but I don't think he gets much higher.
So who's the AL MVP and let's say Cy Young?
The AL MVP. I mean, there's a very finite group of guys to pick from. You can never go wrong by saying Mike Trout.
Yeah.
Uh, and you could say Trout, Ohtani. Really, there's like five guys that I would pick from. So, Trout, Ohtani, Vlad Guerrero Jr., Yordan Alvarez, and Jose Ramirez. I think of
Okay.
those five. I think it's going to be one of those five.
In the National League.
My National League MVP is Willie Adames.
Oh, and so his team has to have a big year. So who's the
I
team
think
pick?
Willie. I think Milwaukee comes out of the National League.
Wow.
Even
Wow.
over. I'm telling you, Corbin Burns and Woodruff. That pitching staff is sneaky good. And even without Josh Hader in the back end of their bullpen, I think Devin Williams is more than adequate to have like a 40 to 45 save season. Like
Wow.
I really do. I'm very high on Milwaukee.
So you're saying Yankees and Milwaukee, who
Yep.
takes home the World Series trophy?
They'll be
I'm
giving
gonna
the
pick
trophy.
Milwaukee.
They are giving the trophy to Mr. Alan H. Bud Selig's daughter, who owns the Milwaukee Brewers.
Laverne and Shirley never partied so hard when the Milwaukee.
Schlemiel Schlemazel Hassenpfeffer Incorporated.
All right. Well, I could go on other than I say the Milwaukee Brewers will not win the World Series. I'll take the rest of the
I
field
think I
over
think
the
I think you're
Milwaukee
pretty.
Brewers.
I think that's a smart bet. I think it's a smart one.
All right. And now, you of course you do hockey and you do football and all that. I have to ask you. We're about 2 weeks away from the Stanley Cup. Looks like the Maple Leafs are going to play the Lightning.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, Steve, this year I'm full of confidence. This year I'm guaranteeing you. Listen to this, Steve. Guarantee first round series. Tampa Bay beats Maple Leafs.
You're not seeing me that confident this year.
Oh, Steve, what's this I hear?
Well, the Lightning's record away from Amalie Arena is 18-18-1, I believe. So they're not very good on the road. They're as bad of a road team as I've seen from this club in many, many years. So I think that if the Leafs can win a game at Amalie Arena, I think that they're going to find themselves in really good shape.
I actually think the Maple Leafs will win a first round series since 2004. I think the Maple Leafs. Put it this way:
Now
if
we get
they
to
don't,
game 7 in Toronto. All bets are off because
it's going to go at least six.
certainties.
At least six, if not seven. You know that. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to sweep each other. Nobody's going to win in 5. This is going at least 6, if not 7. You know that.
And we know the certainties in life.
Yeah.
Death, taxes,
Yeah.
Leafs out in the first round after losing game 7 at home.
Let's not talk about that. All right, Steve, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you and tell them what's under the orange roof this week.
Yeah, under the orange roof. It's been a rough week, or I should say a rough month for the Tampa Bay Rays. Of course, they lost their radio broadcaster Dave Wills earlier this month, and so you definitely want to check out my my episode where I remember my longtime friend. I mean, Dave Wills is a guy that I've known for oh God, 15 plus years. I started working with him in 2006 as a producer, and then in 2011, moving over as a reporter and doing so much with the Rays radio crew. I mean, I filled in as the pregame and postgame show host for a number of years. So having Dave say that I had the postgame show coming up next always made me smile, whether it was a win or a loss. So yeah, I definitely want to check out that episode. And so you can go to stpete9.com, which is where it is. You can follow the show at UTOR Podcast. And me, I'm at Steve Carney right here.
All right, Steve Carney, one of the best. And I think, since the playoffs start in about 10 days, Steve, maybe you and me have to make a little bit of a wager. A little bit of a wager. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of wager.
I'm not,
I'll give you some Canadian dollars for some American shekels. All right, put it that way. I win either way then. All right, that's Steve Carney. Stay tuned for more great programming here on the Fired Up Network. Steve Carney says Milwaukee Brewers win the World Series. You got
put your mortgage on it. Put your mortgage on it.
You got a better chance to dance the hora with Norm Rumack, Iggy, and Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley. Thanks a lot, Steve.
Thanks, Joe.
That was Steve Carney on Around the Majors with MLB season preview. The Blue Jays are now trailing the St. Louis Cardinals in the bottom of the 8th, 9-8. All right. And of course, part of the Fired Up Network is female empowerment movement. And right now, each and every week, we're joined by Courtney Riddell, the Renaissance Mama, and now we're going to have Courtney do the latest rendition. Here we go with Courtney Riddell and the Renaissance Mama.
Hi, friends. I'm Courtney. I'm a performer, speaker, and a writer. I'm a mom. You could send this show to a friend, maybe someone you know that might really enjoy it. I would really appreciate that. And then if you have even one more moment in your day, maybe think about leaving me a review. So whether you're listening to me on a variety of different podcast stations, different applications, leave me a review because I want to get this show out to more people. All right, friends. So I thought today would be something a little bit different, and I was actually supposed to have a guest on. Unfortunately, it fell through. We'll work on that and we'll make sure I've got that episode ready to go for you very, very soon. But instead, I thought I would reach out to my audience. I always ask questions at the end of each show, and I'm always trying to get people to engage with me and continue our conversation. And I get a lot of emails or DMs and just constant people contacting me, asking me certain questions. So I thought, you know what? Today is going to be that. Today I'm going to take the time to answer your questions, to continue our conversations, and to really support my incredible, amazing community. Yeah, that's you. That's right. All right. So the first question the first question was all about why I decided to start a podcast. This audience member is saying that they're very interested in starting their own podcast. They want to know why I started mine and how do you even go about starting a podcast? So this is actually a question I get quite a lot. So for me, I was in this spot where I had been really into learning about what was next for me. I was doing a lot of self-development. I was doing a lot about learning about, building myself, possibly a brand. And one of the things that came up a lot, and from one of my mentors, Amy Porterfield, she suggests that you need to be able to create original weekly content. And this is just a great tool, great resource, a great way to put yourself out there. It's a great way to build yourself up as an expert. It's a great way to connect with your audience and really just start figuring out who you are and what you're all about. So I knew for me that a blog was not going to be the option. Trust me, I've been there. I've done that when I ran the company that was all about mummies and babies and programming and things like that. I would write blogs, and I did it once in a while, and I liked it. And someone would get a lot of traction and some would get nothing. But what I found is that it wasn't really something that I looked forward to doing. I felt like when I sat down to write a blog, I'd be like, really kind of annoyed. I didn't know what to write about. I felt like my wording and the way I spoke through the words was not necessarily always professional. I felt like I was constantly trying to check it, and I just didn't feel confident. It wasn't my thing. It wasn't what I was all about. So I knew creating weekly content about, with a blog was not going to be for me. I then really loved the podcast idea. I had been listening to a lot of podcasts. My favorites I've shared with you before is Amy Porterfield, Jenna Kutcher, Marie Forleo. And what I really love about that podcast is I love the fact that you put your your earphones in, and it's like you're having this kind of secret, private, one-to-one conversation with this person. And you're not. They are, talking to everybody. But I felt like it was just this really special and unique relationship. So when I thought of creating weekly content, I was like, oh, I could do a podcast. And what I found that I was doing, because I was really listening to a lot of different podcasts, I was really enjoying them. And it was funny because I listened to a podcast and then I would actually pause it and I would start answering the podcast and I would start talking more about a subject, especially with something that really inspired me. I'd be like, well, you're right, Jenna. I really feel like blah, blah, blah. And it was this habit that I started having. And I thought, okay, well, if I'm already talking to myself, why don't I share that and talk with more people? And then it was one step further. I was introduced to this fabulous network and they were saying, listen, we want some video content. And I was like, you know what? That's actually where my comfort is. I love being in front of the camera. I love connecting with my audience. I love sharing my stories. I love really getting myself out there. So for me, that next step of making it not only a podcast, but also with some video element as well, it was an easy transition. And it's not for everybody, trust me, but for me it was what worked. And it all started with that inspiration of knowing I wanted to create weekly content, knowing I wanted to create this community, knowing I really wanted to connect with people and share who I was and what I was all about. Because I felt like in so many ways I was like a lot of other parents out there, moms in particular, who've done all these multiple roles in their lives and who are constantly trying to not reinvent themselves, but constantly finding themselves in new roles and new seasons of life. And I felt like, okay, wait a minute, if I could share how I navigate through a lot of that, then maybe people would love that. All right, so your second part of your question was all about now how do you start a podcast? And it actually is so much easier than you think it would be. So the first thing you want to invest in, if you're going to invest in anything, is a pretty decent microphone. A lot of times people start recording. You could even just start recording from your phone. Your phone doesn't have a terrible microphone, but I find you want the sound quality good. The last thing you need is people trying to listen to you, trying to figure out who you're all about, and it's just not great sound quality. So I would 100% get some sort of mic. I started off with a pretty inexpensive one from Amazon. I have this whole kind of setup that I put my phone on it and I'm able to use it, plug it all in. It's portable. I can move it around with me. But that was sort of the first thing I got it started with, was that microphone. So I had a good quality sounding microphone. And then I also wanted to know who I was talking to, right? What was this podcast going to be all about? And that was very, clear to me that I wanted to chat with those moms, those parents that are very busy, that have multiple roles in their life, but also had this feeling for that little bit more. So that was a kind of this other part of my podcast that I wanted to share, was hey, if you are in a space right now that you feel like, okay, I'm a parent, I'm busy, I'm this, I'm that, but I think there's more out there for me. Those were the people I really wanted to connect with. So I had decided with my particular podcast, that's who I wanted to reach. And then it was kind of just like, all right, I knew I wanted to have some shows kind of a little bit more about business, starting my own business and how it's changed and developed and how I've adapted things. And then I wanted some episodes to be a little bit more about parenting and how that constant struggle and balance and the things that I'm always learning as a parent, because I remember from my days of those mommy baby groups of how incredible it was to hear other parents tell a story and you knew like, oh wait, that I've been there, I've done that. Oh my goodness. And really to be able to connect with people on that level. I always joke when new parents become new parents, it's like all the rules of social society are gone. Like you will share unbelievably private things with a new parent that you've never met because it's like, oh, I got you. I know what you're all about. I've been through that before. You're like war buddies. You're like, oh yeah, I know that. Okay. And you share details about like birth and, child habits and so many funny things because you just feel this like connection of what it's like to go through similar things. So you'll share so many details. I knew I wanted to reach that little bit of parenting. I knew I wanted that element of like starting a business, doing it while parenting. And then I also knew I wanted an element of really interviewing some amazing people. So far, I've only interviewed women on my show. In the future, I don't know. Maybe I will interview some men as well. Mainly when I find people to interview, I'm really thinking about my audience and what they want to see and who they would really kind of connect with. I love bringing somebody on and really just having them tell their story and what they're all about. And we start with these conversations, but they can go anywhere. And then for me, when I was first starting with my podcast, I would have a pretty detailed script of just concept ideas. And now since then, I realized that the script thing for me really wasn't feeling super natural. So for me, I do my bullet point ideas. I know kind of what I want to say. I run through it. And then I just press record and I go. But that works for me. That's not for everybody. Once you have your concept for what it's all about, then you need to figure out who is going to be your podcast hosting. So similar to like a website hosting, you need to get a podcast hosting. There's a whole bunch of them out there. You can try some for free. You can check them all out. Different one gives you different opportunities. Some of them give you different editing tools. Myself, I just started using editing tools on my Mac. I would use GarageBand just to kind of figure it all out. Once I started using video, I was able to start using more kind of video tools, editing tools on that. But for me, I knew my show was never going to be perfect 100%. I didn't want that because that's not who I am and that's not my audience and that's not what I'm selling. So once I found my my podcast hosting site, then you are able to just share it with everybody. And to me, that was actually one of the scariest feelings. Like I remember putting it all together, being so excited. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I have to post this out in the world. And that was like made me so vulnerable. I can't believe how kind of like nervous I was doing it. And for the first little while, it was so fun just like connecting with people. And they're like, oh, I heard this podcast. Oh, I heard this about you. I heard this. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like it's just an overwhelming feeling, but it was exactly what I wanted. So I hope that in a nutshell gives you a quick answer of why I started my podcast. And if you are thinking of starting one, some of those things you want to check out to make it happen for you. Okay, my next question comes from an audience member and it says, Courtney, I am really excited at starting my own business. Yeah. Unfortunately, the people around me are not very supportive. Oh, that's so upsetting. So I want to know your best tips and tricks on how to kind of get past that and how to start building my business while I'm still working full time and have my kiddos. What? So those are all questions. I'm excited to answer them for you. All right. So the first thing, if you are wanting to start a business and you realize that like the people around you are not being very supportive, I highly suggest you find some other people for the time being. And that doesn't mean, get rid of your people, but it's for the time being. You need to find those people that are going to inspire you. You need to find those people that you can like bounce ideas off of. You need to find like a crew of people that is really going to help you and get you growing and learning. Like the example is, if I was going to run a marathon and I had never run a marathon before, and I was used to sitting on the couch, eating chips, watching my TV shows, I need to find people, probably people who go to the gym, eat healthy, who run other marathons. If I find those group of people, those are the people I need to get to my goal. So I feel like in business, it's the same thing. If you want to start a business and you're sharing it with your friends and they're like, they're not into that, that's not their thing, which is totally fine. You want to connect with those people that is their thing. So you want to network, you want to get out there. So I would start Googling if there's any, groups in my area, if like-minded business people who meet, if you can meet. A lot of those places give you a sample of come out for a lunch, check it out, see if it's for you. I would definitely check out that first. I love going on to social media sites. Facebook in particular has a lot of great business networking groups, and it can get very specific depending on your business, depending on what you want to start, depending on what you want to do. You can really kind of find your niche and your group of people that do similar things. And trust me, when you are on those sites and those groups, they want to be there, they want to be helpful, they want to be supportive, but you also want to be that as well, right? You don't want to come on in and just start asking people questions and like borrowing ideas or doing different things. You want to be like, try and make that a beneficial relationship for everybody. So if you can get on any kind of networking groups online, maybe check out a mastermind, and it could be a paid one, it could be a free one. You just want to get those like-minded people. When I was in my kind of state of like, what is next? I took my big step and I hopped into the Marie Forleo B School. It had been something that I had like been thinking about forever, but I was like, I can't afford this. I can't do this. I had all the excuses. So then I finally went into it. And when I went into it, I knew I needed to take it full on. I knew I needed to like embrace it, connect with the other people who were doing it as well, because those people, not only were they going through the same situations I was going through, but they also were like-minded people who were starting their business, who wanted the same thing. So I used that as much as I possibly could. Actually, some of my first and biggest business decisions were chatting with other people that were in the course with me. And we worked on ideas together. We gave each other strategies. We connected. And it was all online. Like I never even met some of these people, but they were the ones that really helped me get clear on what was next. They were the ones that really helped and supported me. So you need to find those people. You need to find people that are going to support you. You're going to find your people that will really, really help you get through this part of the entrepreneurial journey. The next question you had said you wanted how to do this. Oh, yes. Like, how do you start something while you've got full-time job, while you have your kids, while you have all the things? I think the biggest tip I would suggest for anybody who's starting something is you've got to be very realistic with your schedule. You've got to be realistic of what you can handle and how long you can handle it. So you are going to have to get clear, check out your schedule, and see where you can put in time to work on your new project, whatever it may be. And it has to be added to your schedule. It can't be an afterthought. It can't be, I'll do it when I have the time. Like you have to look at that schedule and make that time. And it might be waking a little bit earlier. It might be working a little bit later. It might be telling your family morning, hey, listen, I'm not doing the laundry today. Can everybody help me? I need to spend the next hour on my computer working on something. Like, I'm going to put the sign up on the door. I really need to work on this. So I think the communication with family and all your people in your house of what you need and what the schedule is going to look like is very, very important. I think you making that time in your schedule and like actually writing it down and making sure it happens. Like, this is, now that it's in your schedule, it can't be something you push to a side. One person I recently was in contact with was saying one of the biggest things that has changed her business within the last year, and she's been doing it for, 8 to 10 years, was that she finally started treating it as a business. And that is something that I think you need to do right off the bat. Even if you're like, okay, it's a side hustle, even if it's a side business, if it's a project, if it's something, if you don't give it the time and effort and respect it deserves, it's not going to grow. It will stay as a side. It will stay as a hobby. It will stay to the side. And I did this for so many years. People just go, oh, what do you do? And I go, well, I kind of do this or this or this or this. And I was like, well, no, I wasn't giving my business I had multiple at the time. I wasn't really giving them the respect they deserved. I was kind of pushing everything to the side. Even some of the work and some of the tasks got pushed to the side because I wasn't treating it as a real business. So I would say from the very, very beginning, treat it like a real business. Make sure you're scheduling that time, really communicating with your family, like, this is what I need to do right now. And then know you can't do that forever. Like, you can't keep on getting up earlier. You can't keep on working later. You're going to get burnt out. But I think really being able to set some goals just to start you off with, getting very clear, checking out your schedule, that is the best way to start something while you have the full time, while you still have the kids, while life is still happening, is really adding it to your schedule and making it that priority and sharing about it, telling people about it, saying, hey, this is what I'm doing. And if they're not supported, finding that group of supporting people that will help you along the way. Okay, next question is, Courtney, I am growing my business, but I have to say I suck at social media. Do I have to be on social media to grow my business? So such a good question. And trust me, I go back and forth in this all the time. Like, I create programs for people. I create fun campaigns. I love doing that stuff. But I shared in a recent episode that, like, I built all these things in my social media recently, and then they were gone so quickly. Like, something got hacked, it was taken away. And it has taken me months to kind of like wrap my head around of like, whoa, what was that? Is it worth it? Why am I doing this? How do I move on from here? So I do really believe in our day and age, I sound so old, but in our day and age, you do need to be on some social media platforms. But as a business owner, I would say pick and choose the platforms you feel comfortable with. Pick and choose how much you want to share about yourself. You don't have to share absolutely everything. So many people are like, oh, I don't want to share about my kids. I don't want to share about my family. I don't really want to share pictures of myself. I feel like you sometimes have to do a little bit of yourself, but you get to choose. You get to choose with what you're comfortable with. You don't have to be one of those people that are like sharing every single second and every single moment, because it's not going to come out genuine. If that's not what you want to do, don't do it. I say, make sure you are comfortable with what you are sharing on social media. That's number one. The platform or platforms you feel comfortable with. Don't feel like you have to learn every single one. Don't feel like you have to post 20 million times a day. I would say definitely pick something that you're comfortable with and that you can be consistent with. So if you're like, I'm going to post every single day, and then you realize, okay, within a week, I've only posted like 3 times. That's what you can handle. That's what you should focus on. So take away, I'm posting every single day. Now, okay, I'm going to post 3 times a week. I want to post on this day, this day, this day. I want one of my posts to be what's happening with my life right now. I want one of my posts to be something maybe inspirational to connect with my community. I want one of my posts to be a fun reel of something that I recently learned that I want to share. I don't know. But the more you can commit to something and then actually stay consistent, that is where you're going to see the growth in your social media. I also really believe, and I shared on it on that recent episode of like, the reality is that social media can be gone in that second. So not only are you using social media, I think you need to in some points, because that's your first sometimes lines of communication with people. It is opening your audience to a bigger audience. Your outreach is getting larger. But you want to get those people off your social media and into something that you have more control on. So send them to your website, give them a freebie that they can't resist, get their email address so you can start that communication, you can start that relationship, you can start building it from there and really share who you are and what you do in that capacity. Then you don't feel like you have to share it all in a 15-second reel. It's not realistic. But yeah, I think you do need to use social media when trying to grow your business. I feel like it is part of it, but I also would caution people to really choose what you're comfortable with. Try and be as consistent as possible, and then try and get those people off your social media and onto your email list or on your website, or just really connecting them with in a more genuine way. All right, next question I received was, do you make time for mindfulness each day? That is a really, really good question, and I kind of love that. I would say yes and no. Okay, so for me, I realized within the last few years, it was actually very much during COVID that I kind of discovered how much working out and my mental health were so linked. I found, especially when all the kids were home and we just got this new puppy, and I was trying to do all these things, that if I didn't take that hour of a day to go and either run or work out or do something, that I had zero patience for everything, for life in general. Like the kids would talk to me and be like, I couldn't do it. So I realized that, yeah, my mental health and how I move along in life is really connected. Me moving my body, and I like sweating, I like getting outside, I like getting and moving and doing something. I really need that energy on the days that I don't do it. I find that I'm like a little bit more fidgety. My mind feels like a little restless. I don't have the same energy. I don't have the same patience, and I don't have the same focus or anything like that. So for me, I don't know if I necessarily take time to do my mindfulness every day, but I have kind of created my own routine that consists of me moving my body, making sure I'm sweating, making sure that I'm doing something that makes me happy and feel good about myself before I try and take on the day. I have, for the last little while, really tried to almost end my day and that same sort of let's take a moment, let's take a reflecting. I've told you before, I'm not a big fan of journaling, but sometimes I just like giving myself little notes in my head even before I go to bed of okay, what was really great about today? What am I grateful about for today? What did I take away from today? And just things that may be weighing on my mind to kind of be okay, I'm going to deal with you tomorrow, because right now I need to sleep. Right now it's about that recharging and doing the things that I need for myself. So sometimes that might mean just before bed, I am writing something out, or I'm I put my plans for the next day, so it's done. That is some of the exercises that I do. I'm not always as consistent as I should be, which is funny because when I do it consistently, I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I should do this all the time. And then you just get out of that routine and you get out of that habit. So I would say for anybody, if you find something, a habit, a routine, whether it's stopping and, giving yourself a moment, that mindfulness, whatever it is for you, if you find something that you like and that's working, I would say take that moment, really appreciate it and be like, okay, how can I have more of these moments? How can I make sure this moment exists in every day of my life, right? So making sure, once again, that you are adding it to your schedule, you're making it a priority. It's not an afterthought. You need to make sure you are looking after yourself. For so many years, I was definitely like, oh, I'll get to me. But that's where I think a lot of times, my business or my project or whatever wouldn't really hit the potential it could because I wasn't, focusing on me. And I also really didn't have the best mindset for a long time. So not only do I suggest, finding the things that work for you, whether that is sitting down and really, working on your mindfulness, but I would say one of the biggest things anyone can work on, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a parent, whether you're anything, is really looking at your mindset and kind of going through exercises of like, hey, what do I believe about this? What do I think this will happen? How this will happen? And if you notice that your mindset is not serving you, then you need to take that opportunity to change it. And that to me was one of the biggest changes in my life of like what I'm doing, what's next, how I envision my future, what I'm trying to teach my kids, how I know I am going to succeed is because I was able to really look at what my mindset was, what I was telling myself, and like how I was really not supporting myself and my dreams and my visions and my goals. Like no wonder certain things weren't happening or I'd move to a new project or something else would happen is I was telling myself all the things that did not serve me. So I would say take the time to not only set aside time for mindfulness and checking in with yourself and seeing what you need, because it might be different. Every day it could be a little bit different, right? But I would also really suggest taking the time to just check in with your mindset. What have you been telling yourself? What do you believe? What have you learned from years of people telling you certain things that like I said, if it no longer serves you, then boop, goodbye, move on and figure out what you need to tell yourself to get that next step, to move on to the next thing. The person who chatted about starting that business, make sure your mindset of what you want this business to be is incredible. Like I want it to be so good for you. You should want it to be so good for you. Like make the vision of the thing you want it to happen. That friend who was definitely saying, oh, people weren't supporting them. Like you change your mindset. Like I don't need the support from those people. I need this community. I need the belief I have in myself. So make sure your mindset is strong, is clear, is serving you, because that will make the biggest difference. Friends, I hope you enjoyed this episode. It was so fun just to answer some of your questions. A lot of the questions, like I said, I get asked a bunch of times, so it's always funny when I see them and I'm like, oh yeah, I've answered this before. So it was just really great to connect with you, and I would love to continue our conversation as always. So if you do have a question that you would love to be featured on an episode, maybe you have an idea for a full episode that you would like me to look into, maybe there is somebody or somebody like, I don't know, that you want me to interview, or a person of like maybe a business owner or a person who does this or does that. I don't know, but I would love to hear from you. So please check me out on therenaissancemama.com. I'm on Instagram at Courtney Renaissance Mama, and I want to hear from you. So let me know what you want to see. If any questions you have, I want to connect with you. So thanks again for checking out the show, and I will see you later. Bye for now, friends.
Thank you to Courtney Riddell, the Renaissance Mama, of course, female empowerment movement, a big part of the Fired Up Network. The Blue Jays win. The Blue Jays win. The Blue Jays win. They win their season opener against the St. Louis Cardinals. It was a nail biter. It was really a nail biter as the Blue Jays beat the Cardinals 10-9. Myself, Marty Roberts, and also Billy will be talking about this in around the 9:45, 10 o'clock hour. But here is a worldwide exclusive with Coach Tom Izzo. Thank you to Unstoppables, Derek Bowles, for this interview.
God, I had to sell his wife, his kids. I mean, everybody. It took me 3.
Courageous Conversations Unlimited, and we about to have a conversation right before they get ready to play Kansas State. Like, getting ready to happen. And then we also have my mentor, one of my good friends, Mike Garland. Hey guys, how you guys foremost?
We're both doing. I'm doing well.
Yeah,
as
I
usual,
feel
I'm
like
trying to
more
speak
like a
to Chief.
jackass goat, but whatever you call me.
Oh boy, hey Chief. I mean, boy, who would ever thought when we first started this whole thing that 25 straight years in the big dance. It's an incredible accomplishment. Something no other coach, no other program can reflect on a little.
Remember when I first got the job in college?
Absolutely.
So Derek, I go down to hire him. God, I had to sell his wife, his kids. I mean, everybody. It took me 3 days to get him to commit. It was the hardest thing I did. It was hard to recruit the land, but now Mike joined us right away early, and we just kind of ham and egged it those first years, trying to learn how to do it, and we had some things going. We got a great recruit, Mateen Cleaves. He kind of was the Pied Piper that dragged a lot of other guys, Charlie Bell, Morris Peterson, Antonio Smith, and then it started growing. And it's why we always say that the player-coach team's better than a coach-coach team, because, players can recruit players, and he got Jason Richardson. There were so many good guys, Andre Hudson, David Thomas, and we put together a little string there, Mike, right? And once we started winning, we won 4 Big Ten championships in a row, won a national championship. And then I realized what they told me. It's harder to maintain than it is to build.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
But it's been good. It's been all good.
And Chief, that applies to anything someone would do in their life. It really does. And too many people just run away from the process. And that's where what I loved about your leadership. You made us stick to the vision that we set, and you allowed us to be part of that process. But then once we made that decision on what it was going to be, you held everybody accountable to that, and it was great.
Well, you and I talk all the time. I think it's some of the things that are lacking right now a little bit in society is accountability, and I don't care what you're doing, and I don't care who's listening. Doesn't have to be sports people. It could be people in business, people in life,
exactly.
Fathers, mothers, family people. Everybody's got to hold people accountable, because the young people don't know, nor did any of us three.
No.
I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We were 17, 18, 19, and we thought we did. But and when I look at some of the guys and how they've turned out, and we go from everybody, right, Mike? The managers, student secretaries, the walk-ons, the Matt Ishbias of the world. We look at all of them. You go through and sacrifice a little bit and learn how to work. I think it benefits you for the next 60, 70 years.
Absolutely. And I want to add a couple thoughts to that, because, I can tell by your leadership, to be totally honest, you really invest in everybody. It doesn't really matter who it is. Everybody gets the same energy from you. And that, to me, talks about your character, talks about your leadership style, talk about how much you actually care about the players and the people that you are really leading. And that's a big deal. Can you speak a little bit about that? Can you talk about that for a second?
Yeah, Mike and I talk a lot about, it's harder for people to trust people. That's a tough deal. And some kids come from homes where they never had a father. Some kids come from homes that it wasn't quite as smooth. And that doesn't mean they can't be successful. They just have to learn how to trust people.
Right.
And the only way you trust people is that people spend time with you. So I think one of the things we try to do here, and we try to do it all the years, is assistant coaches, head coaches, try to spend time with our players. When there's problems, don't avoid them. Seek them, understand them, try to hold people accountable, demand it, and then hold them accountable to change it. And that's not easy all the time, but it's beneficial if you can learn how to do that.
No question. Let's jump on this season, and let's talk a little bit about some basketball here. Chief, at what point this season did you realize that this team had the abilities or a chance to make a deep tournament run?
Well, in the years that you were with me, and even now, every year it's a new team, and if you lose a leader, you don't know. And I mean, it's players that play the game, coaches get credit, but players play the game. And players are the ones that have to hold each other accountable, because we could be with them as much as we can, and we aren't with them in the locker room or in the apartments or when they're out to the movies, or, it's players that got to take care of that. And so that's one thing, and I'm always trying to hunt for leaders.
Right.
Thank God I'm at a school that might have had one of the greatest leaders ever in Magic Johnson. I didn't coach him, but learned a lot from him. And then I had one of the greatest leaders ever in Mateen Cleaves.
Right.
I just realized how influential he could be in dragging other people along. And that's really what you got to do. A lot of people just worry about themselves. The great ones worry about others. And that's kind of, that trust factor. The only way you can get it, spend time with them, and get to know them and get all the things that make them tick. And I always tell them they got to get to know me too, and
right. Absolutely.
And that's kind of good relationships are built that way, with your wife, with your own kids. That's the way it works.
Well, you mentioned leadership, and it's so important. I mean, I know firsthand how important it is to you and to actually winning and having success. And it seems to me within the last month, you've really done a tremendous job with AJ Holgert and developing him into a leader. I mean, every game I just see the growth in him in that particular area. Can you talk a little bit about AJ and how you guys?
Well, you just said the key word, how you guys did that. There were many meetings with our staff. I think the whole staff was involved in it. I've always been a big believer. If your quarterback is not good, how is your team going to be any good? And if the head dies, the body follows, I always say. So you do need somebody leading you. It's getting harder to find leaders. And AJ is one of those guys. He's got some great leadership qualities, but he's got some other ones that at times, been a good kid. He hasn't been a problem. He just staying focused. And that's most kids' problem right now, staying focused long enough to do some special things. And I think after a bad game at Ohio State, we had a staff meeting with AJ, and all of us were in it, my whole staff. And I think there was no yelling, no screaming. It was just talking to him and kind of telling him, this ain't going to work for you or for us. Since then, he's been better. But I mean, and I know, it's a never ending fight, but as long as guys are progressing and not regressing, it's worth the fight. It's when when things stay the same or go down, then you're in trouble. They're making a little progress. then it's all part of the process. And some do it in a year. You know, we had a guy, Morris Peterson, it took 3 years. And look at how he turned out. You know, he turned out pretty good. And, you know, so everybody has a different process. And that's one thing I learned in the tragedy we had on campus, talking to the psychologists, psychiatrists, that everybody handles COVID or a tragedy differently. And we kind of want to make it cookie cutter, you know, where, okay, this is how it is. And probably not always that way. And that's, I'm probably not great at that either. I have to learn that everybody handles things a little differently.
You know, and so I have a couple of thoughts I want to share, Coach, because it pops into my mind. Obviously, the Big Ten, the conference, is, I mean, it's one of the toughest conferences in the country, right?
Right.
And now you guys have overcome, which you always do. You find a way, especially during the tournament, you find a way to get going. And so I really want to talk a little bit about, you know, how do you continue to build the guys and get the momentum to win and continue to win when you're playing for a national title, because that's where you're headed. You know that, right? You headed for something special.
Yeah, I think you went out there for a minute, but I think I got your question. You know, I think it's all part of the process. Again, I keep using the same word, but you know, what we do is we really work on it in November, December, January, try to figure out where our team's at, and then we go from there. And you know, the things that we're not good at, we try to improve on. The things we are good at, again, it happens all the time. We have the most losses of anybody in the Sweet 16, I was told.
Right.
I think 6 out of the 8 times we had the most losses in the Final Four because we play a good schedule. We get our brains beat in a little bit. We learn from it. We know our warts, figuring them out. I worry about today's kid because I think we're in a society that failure is like, it's like a bad word, you know, failed. I mean, each one of you failed. I've failed a million times. And failure usually leads to separation. You know, are you going to fight through it? Or are you going to go down with, you know, downhill? And I think for the most part, we've helped guys, my staff and former players and everybody that touches them have helped them fight through some things. And then by February and March, we're ready to put it to good use.
No, that's great. That's great. That's great. You see, I put on my Michigan State. I got on the Sparta hat. I had to change from the Unstoppable to the Sparta, just so you know.
I like it, man. It's the right time of year to get you going. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Well, maybe our team will play like the insignia on his hat. It stands for Unstoppables, and his last name being Bowles, but maybe we'll be Unstoppables for the rest of the season.
Well, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, Mike, to see. We play a good team in Kansas State, but I'll tell you what, the team we just played, Marquette, I thought Shaka Smart did an unbelievable job.
Oh, you're unbelievable. I totally agree.
They were really good.
One of the things that I don't think any of the listeners or Spartan Nation or anybody listening to this podcast realizes the significance of what you do in the hotel to prepare for the games, the film and the walkthroughs, and you know, it sounds simple, but you know, you've got every detail to that down, how much time to really spend on each segment. And it's a system, especially in a one-day turnaround. Nobody else in the country does anything like we do in that perspective. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, if you remember, that started back when we played in our first one against Eastern Michigan, and then we played Princeton. And in one day we had to turn around to Princeton. And what happens is your staff does most of the work. You know, the assistant coaches all have a team before we even get here. So somebody wins, somebody loses. The managers, we have an incredible group of managers that, our video guys, they put together the video. The managers, they chalk out the tape down the floor here so we can walk through in the hotel. So we don't, especially in New York, you don't want to waste time trying to go to a high school because it could be 3 blocks away and take you a half hour.
Right.
So we do a lot right here in the hotel with film. We do a lot with walkthroughs. It's kind of fun. It's fun to get my football Mark D'Antonio, Mel Tucker have been in the room with us, and they really kind of like that. It's the walkthroughs are great, because you can put a court down and make it look just like the court you're playing on, just a little bit smaller. So we do that, and it creates a situation where we can rest yet get work done, and that's kind of the key.
Well, it brings me to mind. I heard you say on one of the interviews that last week you had some walkthroughs that were comparable to the Travis Walton walkthrough when we beat Louisville. I mean, that was unbelievable, Chief. I've never. I mean,
neither have I. I mean, Mateen, I knew he was ready that championship game, but Travis, when Mateen did it, we were really good,
Right.
Travis, I think we were 4 or 5 seed, and Louisville was the ultimate number seed, and he had those guys ready. They were like marching in the war, man. He came into that game meal, and
he did,
and we just said we're winning. It was just the body language of people, and you could tell that, and that's where preparation is so important, and reading body language. And I think for the most part, you can really tell when a team through the walkthrough or the film session is engaged. And that's a comforting feeling for a coach. Now, you still got to go out and play. You still got to make shots. But at least you sleep a little better knowing that your guys are ready to go.
Cynthia and I, Chief, were watching the Big Ten. We ran the special about our team last night, that national championship team, and it brought tears to my eyes, man. But you talk about body language. I never will forget it. And as you know, it was always my job to go and get everybody, make sure that they were ready to go and get to the bus on time and line them up. And I never will forget that day of the national championship game. I walked out of my room, and I usually start about a half hour early. And every one of them guys were standing on that rail, and they looked me right in the eye and said, "OG, we ready to go." I knew then that we were going to win that game.
Yeah, that's a good feeling, because the players are the ones that play it. And this day and age, it's harder to get them focused as much. It's harder to get them, focused on the task at hand. They got so many things going on with Twitter and all these electronics and Xbox and this and that. Then you got the traditional ones of girlfriends, your buddies, your family. But
absolutely,
when you add the other ones in there, it's a lot on their plate. So we've got to make sure that you try to keep them as focused as you can. And that's getting to be the hardest task. And I would think the same with young kids in school. My kids are older now, but I got a granddaughter coming, and I'm sure that when that happens, I'll be telling her to focus in every day.
Hey, I've always told you this. I got 8 of them, and it's going to change. It's going to change your life. You watch what I tell you, man. What I tell you, brother.
Yeah, you do have. You have enough to start. Soon they'll start a football team. The hell with basketball.
Well, you know what? I got 3 little boys there, and I tell you what, every one of them is stout built. And you know how much I love football, just like you do. So that would warm my heart for them to be able to do that. I'm serious.
Man.
I'm sure they will, man. They got good genes. You were a good athlete, so they got good genes. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting game tomorrow, guys. We're really it's no matter what you do, when that ball goes up in the air, the jump ball, that's when you really got to be ready. You can be ready in all the other things, but you still got to be able to play the game. And I always said, we coined that phrase up in Syracuse, you got what seems like minutes of work for years of memories,
Yep,
That's
for a
kind of
lifetime of memories. Yep.
Right.
the whole
Moments
lifetime.
of work for a lifetime of memories. I do remember that.
And that's kind of where we are now, when you're down to the weekend that can send you to a Final Four.
Right.
There aren't many memories that I have in basketball that are better than the Final Fours. And so, we got a chance now. We put ourselves in a position, we got a chance. There's 340 teams sitting home, and there's 16 left. And we're one.
A lot. That's it.
Well, we're going to let you go, but I got one more question for you.
Okay.
And, you'd never take credit for this. And I've always told you this. You're one of the best basketball minds to ever coach the game. And you, in fact, downplay that a lot. But you are. And, one of the things that is very unique about you is that you have the elbow block philosophy and stand in the gaps. And as I look at it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that elbow block defense in today's game is going to have to be on point. Could you talk about that and how significant that will be for tomorrow night's game?
Well, they got a 5'8", 5'7" guy who's as quick as a hiccup. I mean, he's really good, and he can score it. He had 37 in the game. He had 27 against Kentucky. And he's one of those guys that's hard to defend by yourself. So our elbow gap, or you say our block and elbow block and our gap defense is kind of means that players are helping players. So Tyson might have him or AJ might have him, but we got two other guys. We call it the 6-eye rule. There should be six eyes on them at all times.
Right.
And if we do that well, I think that gives us a significantly better chance to win the game.
Absolutely.
So we'll see if we can do that, Mike. We'll see if we can get the ball going in the basket a little bit. And maybe next week we can have another podcast and have some fun with it.
Well, hey, we again really appreciate it. I know the value of your time, but most people in Spartan Nation know about our relationship. But for those people out there listening that don't know, Chief Tom Izzo and I, we go beyond a working relationship. We go beyond a friendship. Ours is a brotherhood. And I think that he would agree with that as well.
Well, it's only been 40-some years, so we got to have some. Since those college days, where I had to help carry the raffle you had around the good old days. But no, Mike, it's been awesome. Derek, it's been awesome with you too.
Thank you.
Hope you guys have some success with this. And time you need me, I'd be honored to be on, and I'll look forward to talking to you guys soon.
That was an exclusive Tom Izzo. Thank you to Derek Bowles, Untouchables. Now, as you know, it's WrestleMania weekend on Saturday, night 1, Sunday, night 2. I had to bring my close personal friend, Aaron's files and Aaron's thoughts on social media. And he's got 600,000 followers on Twitter. Here is Aaron Stevens talking about the NWA and talking about WrestleMania. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Hasek and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to WrestleMania special. And I had to bring in my close personal friend, yes, Aaron Stevens of NWA to talk about WrestleMania and other wrestling things. Because WrestleMania, yes, it's the Super Bowl of wrestling. But Aaron Stevens, NWA 312 is going to be the best show of the week, right?
Well, it's the following week, but well, actually, no, I guess not. No, I guess it is the same week, technically, within the 7 day. Yeah, so yes.
And I hear somebody's copying your glove, man. Did you get? How come? That
Here's the thing: I am humbled and flattered that Morgan Freeman decided to make that statement that I've been making for almost a year, the black glove on the left hand. He can have it at NWA 312 in Chicago. The world is going to be introduced to Lucille. Lucille's coming.
Now, Aaron, we haven't talked in quite a few months here, all right?
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to be married. I did not get a wedding invitation. Is that why you did not get married?
So I didn't get married, so you're welcome. I saved you a trip.
You saved me a trip, all right? You saved me the present. Okay. Can I drink the red wine?
Oh, yes. Just drink anything. Drink anything you'd like. Just consult with your doctor first.
All right. So is there still going on a little bit of fighting with you and your former fiance, I guess?
No, man, it's all good. It's all good, just like I knew it would. You know what I mean? I don't live in the past. I look to the future. You know what I mean? I got a mission. Blunt force trauma has a mission, and that is to destroy the competition.
All right, blunt force trauma. Who came up with that name?
Don't know. We each came up with one word.
All right. So did you come up with force or trauma or blood?
I can't reveal that. That you'd know too much, and then you would, you know.
All right, Aaron. Since this is a WrestleMania special, you were part of. How many WrestleManias were you at?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you even care?
No. If I'm being quite honest, I was at a bunch. It was cool. And I mean, like, what? At the end of the day, you get paid, you move on.
All right. Do I dare ask you what was your highlight of WrestleMania? 39 years. This is WrestleMania 39. As you grew up as a youngster and everything like that, you grew up watching, well, I know already, Adrian Adonis, you were going to tell me, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was a fan of Ricky Steamboat, Randy Savage, obviously. But, like, when I really got into wrestling and I looked at it through different lenses, so to speak, my appreciation for some people like started to change, you know, like an Adrian Adonis. I admire just like what good of a, like they call it a worker, but like what good of a performer he was. Piper, the same thing. There's just a few guys like that.
All right, so the WWE, we're not going to talk about the WWE, but you've been 2-3 years already with NWA, correct?
Something like that, yeah.
All right. What changes have you seen, both positive, and is there any negative changes?
I mean, look, like anything else, NWA, it's constantly evolving. And one thing we can be sure, one thing that doesn't change is that change is inevitable, right? Now, when good change happens, it's called evolution.
Yes.
When bad change happens, it's just change. So NWA is definitely a company that's evolving.
I like the new look here. You know, a little bit of hair. Look at even me. I have a little bit of goatee and all that. Who inspires you now these days? Is it me, the president of provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America?
No, I just kind of try to work with what I'm given. You know what I mean?
Me too.
That's the truth. Yeah, I just try to work with what I'm given. And
I'm
having kind of a bad hair day here. I need to get it.
No, you're not bad hair. Where are you? Are you back in Malibu or what?
No. Oh no, Lord no. I am in the safety of Louisville, Kentucky right now.
The safety of Louisville, Kentucky. So that brings me to a little bit of questions here. You're a traveler, world-renowned traveler. All right, give me, and I don't care if you create heat. Give me 2 or 3 of the best places you've been at, and maybe the worst place you ever been at.
Vatican for the best.
Hmm?
That was just awe-inspiring. Rome is just, I mean, the Colosseum.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then, you know, as a Catholic, for like St. Peter's Square, like that whole thing. And I got rosary beads blessed by the Pope. A seminarian, which is a young man going to get the training to become a priest. I had a conversation with him and gave me some rosaries that were allegedly blessed by Pope Francis. So that was amazing. And the Colosseum and just the architecture in Rome is phenomenal. Least, oh. No, and it takes me a second to think about this because it's funny, right? Because as a wrestler, like out there, the ring's the same, right? You're underneath the lights, the ring's the same. If it's a house show, you don't really like see what the building looks like. You just kind of like see faces and you hear people and stuff. So in that environment, like, which is what I've always kind of like, all right, this is what we're doing. I've always kind of enjoyed everywhere. I'd say the least favorite place is like anywhere that doesn't have a restaurant open after 11 o'clock, to be honest.
And what after you go, after your match, what type of restaurant do you like to go at?
Excuse me, but Waffle House is consistent. And that's when you're on the road. But there's I love a steakhouse. Like there's Jeff Ruby's, which is great. There's just tons of different like places like that.
All right, so I haven't asked you this question, I don't think ever, okay? You still have, I don't know, 5-10 years left in the wrestling career, okay? I'm just saying, okay? I know you're laughing there, but what is left for you to accomplish that you haven't accomplished to date?
I mean, look, the one thing that I've always wanted to do was to title. Obviously, I came really close, but wasn't in the cards. Look, it's out of my control, and people wanting to politic for the world title and this and that, and it's like, look, if someone decides to make me the world champion, because if I have to politic and try to, I don't want to say to a degree. I will always stand up for what I think, but if I gotta, hey, you should do this for me and do this for me, and you know what? There's an asterisk next to that, and I need to be able to look at myself in the mirror. Agree with that, but you know what? They ain't me, and I don't care because
all right, you don't know this. You don't know this right now. I'm going to stun the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
Me and you are good friends, very good friends, right? So you're going to be the first ever inductee into the Fired Up Network Hall of Fame. I want and it's the thing is going to, Giancarlo's going to send it to you, and he's supposed to send it to you.
Thank God I wore a collared shirt for this interview.
Yes, the first ever inductee
into the
into the Fired Up Network Hall of Fame. Now, Aaron, I want the world, all these dirt sheets and the world wants to hear what it means. Have you ever been inducted into a Hall of Fame at all?
I had a couple offers, but I didn't feel like getting on a plane, and I really wasn't that. I just thought it was an excuse for a bunch of people. I'm not going to be up there. I mean, like, really? No, the answer is no. And I've done anything worthy of being in any Hall of Fame, to be honest. Save that for the people at animals. We'll change laws for the better. I'm not going to make a statement about politics in the U.S. here. Scientists that cure diseases. Just, I mean, no, like, not me.
Well, you're better accept the Hall of Fame induction for the Fired Up Network because here's the reason. As you know, I'm the president of the provinces of Canada, mayor-elect of North America, soon to run for the mayor of Toronto. All right?
Well, they need you.
I'm paying you. Yes, listen. I need a vice president who wears a black glove, a vice president who is in the ring, outside the ring, kissing babies, shaking hands. Doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter. That's you personified. Plus, I'm paying you in Swahilian. All right? That's a lot of money. In Swahilian, a lot of money. All right, Aaron? So I need, people want to know, some guys on some observers and everything wants to know your comments about being inducted into the Fired Up Network Hall of Fame.
I am genuinely touched. This is an honor I never, and I would just like to thank everyone at the Fired Up Network for me, and I humbly accept this award.
All right. And by the way, also the check's in the mail, Giancarlo. And if you don't, Giancarlo wants to know who's going to be inducting you. Who's going to be inducting you? Is it Cobra Kai guy? Who's inducting you?
That's up to you.
No, but if you had your way, I'm asking you, if you had your way. Come on.
Morgan Freeman.
I set it up like that. I actually made the call after this interview. Morgan is on the line waiting to talk to you about he needs a bigger glove. You know, if the glove fits, you must whatever. But he needs a bigger glove, he says. So you got to talk about that, all right? So I'm not going to mention anything about WWE or WrestleMania. I'm going to say this. You have come by Toronto here the last couple months, right? You haven't said hi to the president of Provinces Canada. That's number one. All right. You have stayed with some guy who, in another league, he's a director of authority. All right. Aaron, what makes him the director of authority? And why can't the president of Provinces of Canada be a director, or be a president, or be anything?
Well, you're in Canada. I would drive over to his place and ask.
You know, I don't have a snowmobile. All right. I don't have a snowmobile, and I need protection for the Cubs with his little kids there. Okay. So like that's number one. Okay. Number two, I will see him April 16th at some event. I will see him then. All right.
Well, there you go.
Okay, Aaron. So I want you to plug seriously now. 312. Honestly, I know it's WrestleMania week. I know NXT. I know Ring of Honor. I know AEW. I know all this crappy. But the place to watch, you gotta watch the 312. Look at that, better than Stand and Deliver. What is this? Stand and Deliver. Ring of Honor. Super Card of Honor. Come on. 312.
No. Those are amazing cards. It's going to be an amazing weekend. I'm not going to knock any. There's incredible talent out there. Great time to be in the wrestling business. But NWA, we see it. And it ain't that hard. Fight TV or Chicago, April 7th. Because NWA, the numbers are not lying. We're getting bigger. We are evolving. And
that's the first ever inductee into the FiredUp Network Hall of Fame.
Thank you,
Aaron Stevens. Check out 312 NWA 312 in Chicago. And Aaron, it gets a little bit windy there. It gets a little bit windy. You got to have a nice jacket here. You got to have a nice jacket. You know, in golfing, they give you the yellow jacket. The FiredUp Network gives you the red and white Canadian jacket. That will be coming in next week. Giancarlo, if he's not around, slap him around there, okay?
Have you seen the blue jacket that I wear?
Oh, it's tailored after the blue jacket. I got the same tailor.
Let me tell you, do who?
Yeah, Juan Estrada. His name is Juan Estrada.
No. Let me tell you something. You're going to be in Toronto right now. You want me in the Hall of Fame? I got some conditions.
Okay.
Calabretta in Toronto.
Yes.
I don't know what part exactly, but they're Calabretta on Instagram. You can go to my Instagram. I have them tagged in a lot of my photos. The best suit I've ever had at Calabretta, Canada. That's the only place I'm getting. Go to them. Tell them I sent
Steven from Calabretta, and I told them, and I'm even inviting him. And by the way, you're the first ever inductee into the FiredUp Network Hall of Fame. We are going all out. August 3rd. August 3rd is the day that you're going to be inducted. Okay? That's it, man. You're going to be celebrating like it was 1999.
Wonderful. I cannot wait.
All right. And Giancarlo's going to get you
Thank you.
Corned beef sandwich and all these foods and trimmings and everything like that. But anyways, everybody check out NWA 312, Aaron Stevens at Real or Aaron's Thoughts on Twitter, right? What's it on Instagram?
The Aaron Files.
The Aaron Files.
Yes.
Check it out. And Aaron, honestly, great wrestler, but even great person. Thanks a lot, Aaron.
Have a good one, Joe. I appreciate it. Always fun.
That is another exclusive interview. It's with wrestler Aaron Stevens here. And Aaron, 312, NWA 312, and also talked about WrestleMania. Of course, we're going to have WrestleMania covered from pillar to post here on the FiredUp Network. But now, here's another exclusive interview. This one is with Tracy Murray. Yes, Tracy Murray. He talks about previewing the NCAA Final Four, and then we'll be joined by Arnold Schwarzenegger, strongman winner, and now a hockey champion, Taylor Woods. Here is Tracy Murray. Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up. Welcome to a special edition NCAA Final Four talk. I had to bring in my good friend, the long range bomber, Tracy Murray. Trace, hopefully you still do the show after what I say here. He was with NCAA UCLA Bruins, but they got eliminated, and he needed a job. So I have to give him a job for the last couple minutes here to talk about the NCAA tournament. We'll talk about men and ladies. And Tracy, by the way, you can.
Are you done?
No. You could see Tracy more on the Fired Up Network with his WrestleMania 39 wrong predictions, but I digress. Let's talk about the NCAA now. Yeah, like I said, you're the color commentating of the UCLA Bruins, and honestly, the Bruins, great season. And are they disappointed that they didn't make the Final Four or the championship?
Of course, they're disappointed. Seniors on the team that were focused, but your defense of the year in the Pac-12, Jalen score. Your second, when you lose the week after you lose a blocker. He's on the first team all defense. That's losing a lot. With that being said, march to the Sweet 16 and barely to Gonzaga. I mean, you score, your second leading rebounder, you lose to Gonzaga because we didn't second. You got to know where the most lower. And second, especially after an 11 of not being able to score, able to come back in the last couple of game over. Amari Bailey pretty much shot to go ahead. Who are great at defense fell asleep for that. That's March Madness. Welcome to March. You fall asleep for a second, somebody.
Yeah, that's unfortunately what happened. But let's get to the Final Four here. Of course, on Saturday, first game 6:09 in Houston. It is number 9 FAU versus number 5 San Diego State. Who you got in this one?
Ooh, you surprised everybody. They're playing. They're not scared of anybody. Everybody in the Final Four, they're probably lost money. There's no pressure on them. Be there. Yeah, they feel like they should be there, but they counted us out. They didn't even have a pencil in there. Lose. The pressure is on against them. So San Diego State's had I knew that San Diego season because they had a close. I'll tell you what the result of that was. I don't even know, but I know they were a very, very, very good team. So 4 is not surprising. But underdogs, just like FAU, it's going to be a tremendous game. State has a lot of experience. They have good. I'm going to go with San Diego State on this one.
All right, and then of course the later game at 8:49, also from Houston, number 5 Miami up against number 4 UConn, and is it UConn to go? They'll be very very disappointed if they don't make the finals now. It's completely open for them.
I think Miami credit, man. They've really through the NCAA tournament and into the. I think this is where it ends. Honestly, I think this is the UConn. I saw UConn up close and personal, and I saw pure weakness. They have inside outside play. They have good guards, defense. They have rim protection. I see UConn Invitational right now, and I think against Miami, and I think they're going to win the national.
Wow. That's what I actually agree. Now let's look at the lady side also.
Oh, Joe, they're really physical, man.
Yeah,
They don't allow layups. They have inside scoring. They have outside around everybody. They're
yeah. Let's go to the ladies' side here. Is there any doubt South Carolina?
no. South Carolina's been dominant. He is not going to allow them to be. You know, I think it's been good all year. Kim Mulkey has. I just don't think anybody's going to be South Carolina.
All right, and now let's get to. I know what you know. You've been a former NBA player and all that. I know you haven't kept your eye on it recently,
Yeah.
and now you're going. It's coming up. It's playoff time coming up in a week and a half and all that. Okay, let's talk about your team. They're right now in the ninth, and play in. How do? Let me ask you this first.
Hold up, time out. Which one is my team?
You know where I'm going with, okay? You know, Toronto does it. You played for other teams, Portland and Washington, but it doesn't matter about other teams. We're talking about the only
I need
team,
you to clarify.
the only team in Canada. All right, let's put it that way.
I needed you to clarify that.
Yes, Herbie Kuhn. Thank you. All right.
Who are you talking about?
By the way, Trace, this is your host there. I see Hang Time there. How often you play that that arcade there?
Game right there?
Yeah.
That the Toronto Raptors was on a game. Guess who's on it?
You must have looked great then. Now you look horrible. Look at
right?
5 years ago. Tracy Murray, 25 years ago. Oh, by the way, in 1996, we just passed the anniversary. Okay, March 24th, 1996. We just passed the anniversary that the Toronto Raptors beat the Chicago Bulls, who were 72-10 to end off that year at Skydome, now Rogers Center. Take us back through that. That was like almost coming up to 27 years ago.
I'm telling my age, Joe.
No, you're 50 and holding. 50 and holding.
I'm about to be 52.
Listen, you're still younger than that old geezer Drew Ebanks, man. Come on.
No, you know what? That night, man, it was an unbelievable feeling because we start behind off. We always anybody that remember we were young. We win very many games because we didn't know how to win, but we're gaining experience. Not too many people that can say they played hard for 48 minutes. We played fine. We were in. There was only a couple of blowouts that year. We were on the stretch to win it, and we just lost it. That's experience. That's not how or came a lot. Olajuwon or Charles. Give me the ball, I'll win it for it. Damon was a rookie. Damon was great player, but that other dominant experience to probably know how to win basketball about himself. I was trying to figure it out. You know, we were Doug was thrown together. This was all of our next. Nobody wanted. Damon was the only one that was drafted. So we're all trying to figure it out. And it was a great bunch together. And we put it all together, man. What point two thank goodness Jordan shot it after the buzzer or in the L column. But we got into that big games. The Sky Dome went crazy in the streets of Toronto that night, and it was cool to give that city that they beat Michael Jordan. Toronto beat Michael Jordan, and we get a sense of pride.
All right, couple final questions. I got to ask you this, and we'll close it out because you're great with your time here, all right? Is Michael Jordan still, because there's debate, Michael Jordan, Kobe, or LeBron? Still Michael Jordan?
My eyes, man. I mean, he took the game to another. No, LeBron has done great things. He's all-time in assist. Things as a basketball player. A Michael Jordan clone, man. And he just pretty much, he had his moments as well. If it wasn't for Mike, no one. Mike took this game to another. I looked up the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the greatest. I have a greatest of all time debate. Number one, they all played Kobe and Mike. It's hard to say what when you have it's like an athletic. He's a Karl Malone, Magic Johnson, and Michael Jordan, who Kobe, who did everything pretty much a Mike clone. You had Magic Johnson, who did his thing. Kareem, who didn't score for a long time before LeBron took it. Bill Russell was the winner. You have all of these in the greatest of all time conversation, and it's different. Really hard with different rules. Ron is playing under different rules than Mike and Kareem, so everybody's playing under. So it's hard to have this greatest of all conversation and debate because.
All right. So let me ask you this. I've never asked you this. We know each other 25 years. Give me 2 or 3 top memories. Forget about maybe it's even basketball in Toronto. What do you miss the most? You're in Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and all that. What do you miss the most? Number one, of course, is Joe. But what do you miss the most in Toronto? You lived here with the snow, cold. You came back. You're original Raptor coming back and everything like that. What do you miss Toronto the most? 2 or 3 things.
Well, Joe. I didn't want to leave there to the Lakers. I did not want to leave. Trade, even though I was going home. Just the most about Toronto. The people, they put their arms around me as one of them. That's something, and I enjoy when I come back and around the people. Everybody was extremely welcoming. Number two, you're the people. You know, you know that embrace me. Um, Number two, the organization, Toronto Raptor organization is the first organization that allowed me to be me. Tracy Murray basketball. So saw the real Tracy Murray. I was playing loose. I wasn't. They allowed me to play through my mistakes, allowed me to go out there and play. The only organization to do it. Third, you know, being about the weather, man, because there were when you're having fun and like you're a part of something, the weather it just doesn't at all.
Yeah.
The restaurants, the nightlife, the whole Toronto, how clean it was, city. You know what I mean? I enjoyed the city, people, the organization, and the top three things.
All right, and our final question comes from a fan. His name is Anthony K. He wants to it says, Tracy, you were a great shooter. Thanks for representing the country and the Raptors the way you did. Who reminds you right now of yourself as one of the best shooters in NBA history? He says. I think he has to put his glasses on. Okay, he's not one of the best shooters, in my opinion. He is the best shooter and also an even better person who also knows wrestling. Even though I go, 1, 2, 3, give him the small package, suplex, DDT, everything like that. But go ahead.
You know what? People nowadays, excuse me, they do a lot of shooting off the dribble. Like the only time I really shot off people off of my ball fake, one bounce dribble, pull up. You got guys dribbling, letting it go, coming off pick and rolls. Curry and Dame Lillard taking shooting to another whole level, man. Level than me, Dale, G. It's like Larry Bird. It's like we're catching shoot guys, and then we hit our shots off. These guys another whole level. The current guy that was me, I say Klay Thompson. That's me. He does escape dribbles, shoots, quick release, ball fake. Thompson is me. Lillard and Jordan Poole in this thing to another at far off the dribble.
All right, as we close it out here, Trace, an honor again to be. We've been friends for 30 years, and I taught Norm Rumack everything he knows. Now he puts everybody to sleep and everything like that. But go ahead, Trace. Tell
He's a late night vampire.
Listen, man, he's my security guard now. All right, he's my security guard now. Okay, so
that means he kicks your butt.
Yeah, he doesn't kick my. Listen, I'll have a 3-point competition.
He kicks
your all the time.
Butt.
No, he doesn't. All right, Trace, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you.
At Real Tracy Murray on Twitter, at Real Tracy L. Murray.
All right, and you could see more of Tracy during our WrestleMania special where he gives all the wrong predictions. First of all, Trace, I'm done acknowledging you. All right, I'm not acknowledging you anymore. Put that hand down already. You know what, Trace? I'll give you the wrong finger. Thanks a lot for that. Thanks, Trace. Yeah, coming up next, first of all, thank you to Tracy Murray. Another night of exclusive interviews. You had Steve Carney from Tampa Bay, Florida, with our MLB season preview. Courtney Riddell with Renaissance Mama, exclusive Tom Izzo here. Thank you to Untouchables, Derek Bowles. Then we had my good friend Aaron Stevens talk about WrestleMania. As you see it exclusively, Tracy Murray give his NCAA Final Four predictions. And now we're going to be joined, and this is history in the making, an Arnold Schwarzenegger strongman champion and a professional hockey champion, all in about a 10-day span. Talking about Taylor Woods, she'll also be joined by Marty Roberts, the grizzled young veteran, who I don't know if he's won anything, and Justin Levine, something will tell me this guy's never on time. I don't even see him here. Yeah, I see him. Let's see. I think I see him right at the corner there with this is the Toronto 6. Toronto 6 team picture that was taken Sunday night. The Toronto 6 capturing the Isabel Cup. Now, I'm going to get to this in a second. They are the first Canadian professional hockey team to capture a championship for the city of Toronto since 1967. I don't care what you tell me, but Joe, the Marlies won. The Marlies are affiliate, a minor league affiliate of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Now, of course, we're joined by Marty Roberts here, the grizzled young veteran who basically, Marty, cracked the champagne, cracked the red wine, cracked everything. Look at the picture in the background. Look at the Isabel Cup. Marty, hopefully you agree with me. The first ever, or not the first ever professional ladies hockey team champion, but first professional hockey champion since 1967. Marty Roberts was not even born. The only one on staff for the Fired Up Network used to be Norm Rumack, but for the Fired Up Network, only one being born since 1967 is that old geezer Drew Ebanks. All right, Drew Ebanks, and he's trying to grow his afro hair and all that. Hopefully, he wasn't on here tonight. Tonight, Marty, I have to say, and no pun intended, I got to give up Barry Horowitz here. You see this, Marty? Patting myself on the back, okay? Steve Carney, Major League Baseball season preview, where he picked the Yankees and Milwaukee Brewers, all right? He picked that in the World Series. Then, of course, Courtney Riddle, Renaissance Mama, and all that. But Tom Izzo, nobody in Canada has Tom Izzo here. Then Aaron Stevens, wrestler, 600,000 followers on Twitter. As you saw, Tracy Murray. We're going to be joined also by Taylor Woods here. And Marty, I got to say this. Do you know anybody in the history of sports wins the Arnold Schwarzenegger strong man, strong woman competition, and then 10 days later wins a hockey championship?
No, I don't know many that have ever done that. I don't know if anyone has ever done that. Obviously not. You're talking an awful lot tonight, Joe. You got to take a breath, relax, drink some water.
Listen, Marty, I'm excited.
I don't want you to get. It doesn't take much to get you excited. We know this. It doesn't take much to get you excited. We already know this.
Excited. Marty Roberts.
A little breeze, Joe, gets you excited.
No. Listen, I'm excited because the Greek is going to join us. Billy the Greek. I have to, Norm Rumack and him, little mellow, little like, all right, but when he's here with me and you, he brings life to the party here. Now, here it is, Marty. I'm excited because I get a call, and it's Marty Roberts. Joe, I'm so excited. I am so excited. Why, Marty? Why? You're talking to the president of the province of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, soon to be the running of the mayor of Toronto. No, not that. That's always a big reason. But I'm going to watch WrestleMania this weekend. He's going to watch WrestleMania this weekend. And by the way, Marty, he also told me he's going to watch WrestleMania for free. Shh. Nobody needs to know this. The cheapskate actually got WrestleMania for free. Wow. Marty, I'm going to ask you this, all right? And I'm going to reveal it here, okay? Right now, we have done almost 3 hours of original broadcast here on the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. Tomorrow,
2
Marty,
hours
guess
and
what's
18 minutes,
back?
Joe. 2 hours and 18 minutes. Don't overextend. 2 hours and
Okay,
18
well,
minutes
we're
for
going to
right
do
now.
3 hours. Relax.
All right.
So,
Well, we're not at 3 yet. And
so
by the
here's
way,
the
I
thing,
would
Marty.
never, ever
Guess
get
who's
excited
back?
about
Guess what's
wrestling.
back tomorrow? Guess what's back tomorrow,
What?
Marty? Come on.
Oh, are we
Noon.
sure? Are we sure it's back?
Yes, I have it compared. Tomorrow at noon, guess what's back?
The award-winning
All right,
soccer show.
Stop, Marty. Stand up. You got to give us standing.
I can't stand up. I can't stand up.
What do you mean? You stop being in the toilet then. Stand up. All right, the only person that I know of in the world to capture an Arnold Schwarzenegger strong man, strong woman championship, and then 10 days later capture a professional hockey championship. That's Taylor Woods. All right, hold on. Before you say anything, Taylor, Marty Roberts, go out of your way, get a bottle of red wine. I know you don't drink, Taylor. It's only for me because I had to hear oh my God, Joe, what are you talking about? She won't score a goal. She brought in a new stick. She doesn't score a goal. What happens, Taylor? What happens? You're down 3-2. And who scores the game-tying goal? And Marty Roberts, let me talk here, okay? Marty Roberts, stop interrupting me. What
You're the only
happens?
one that's talking. You need to breathe, Joe.
He scores the only game-tying goal, meaning if she did not score, wouldn't be overtime. Maybe they would lose. So it is the game-winning goal. I don't care what they say. Isn't it? Who predicted you're going to score your only goal of the year as a game winner, Taylor? We can't hear her.
Okay, she's a loss for words, Joe, because you talk so much.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I think like over the last like 5, 6, 8 games of the season, you're saying it's like, okay, like she's gonna score. She's gonna score.
No, I revised
Okay,
that
here
pick.
it comes.
I revised
And
that pick.
I don't know.
Eventually,
Maybe
you
it's
had to
a
be
last
right.
ditch effort in the sense you're like, okay, there's one more game, okay? She's gonna score. That's it. So no, but I do appreciate it. I was really looking forward to contributing in some way, and it sort of came out big. And people are just like, "Well, you just came out of nowhere." I was like, "Well, I was going for the rebound. Like, did you see the play happening?" So no, very happy about that. And yeah, you know what? I give some credit to my new start stick. It was a limited edition, Toronto 6 edition. So.
All right. First of all, I got points to make with Marty Roberts here and you, okay? Number one, did you get the puck? That puck should go to me. Number two, some guy named Marty Roberts says, what's she doing right in front of the net? What if they had the breakout and there would be nobody covering the fence? Can you put this guy in his place?
I have one gear, and that's fast.
See, Marty Roberts, she has one gear, and that's fast. All right, Marty. Marty Roberts was watching the Isabel Cup Championship. Marty Roberts, what did you think of the Isabel Cup? It was actually entertaining, a little bit too close, but we are the champions, Marty. I want you to sing that when Taylor leaves the show. We are the champions.
Yeah, it was a great game. You know, that's what you want for a final game. That's what you want it right there. You want to be on the winning side, obviously, but that as a fan, that's what you want to watch. You want to see that. You want to see Taylor have a smile on her face on the ice. That's the first time I think I saw you smile all year. You're usually Miss Serious out there, and you had this big grin ear to ear. Here's a question. So I'm watching you lift the trophy up after. Yeah. And it's almost like you thought it was a dumbbell you were lifting up, or you thought it was going to be heavier. You're like, but it only
they said first.
Pounds.
So first they said it was 55 pounds. I'm like, oh man, but I guess it was 55 pounds with the plate, with the case. And I also do have a picture of me attempting to jerk the Isabel Cup. You know, just like holding the world up. So there is that picture. But yeah, no, it was very surreal. I was actually commenting on my shoulder mobility. I was like, wow, I really fixed that going in because it was just straight up over my head. So, yeah, very, very fortunate. You know, didn't drop it. That's also another good thing. Supposedly there's people that dropped it and the arms fell off, but no one on our team. No one on our team. We're very we're very precious and respectful with our hardware.
Now, a more important question, Taylor. I know this, and maybe you don't want to reveal this, but after the game, how many wobbly pops did you have? How many a bottle of red wines did you drink? How many you were trying? You're lifting up the trophy, and you're trying to emulate Marty Roberts after the game, drinking, chugging, and all that. So, what did you have to drink afterwards?
So I'm definitely a vodka girl. I love my Grey Goose. I could tell you. Well, one, you should look. Well, I guess you can't look it up because it's original. It's called the Waterfish Shot. So it got 10 out of 10 reviews down in Arizona. So with all the ASU guys and our team, people that were partying. But yeah, you know what? The goose got a little bit of a better of me that night. So, but it was good fun to celebrate.
I hear also Marty Roberts and told me that you may have missed your flight back to Toronto. What time was that flight?
Okay, who books a flight at 7 a.m.? Like,
So wait a
Right?
minute.
I
Wait
was
a minute.
I
Hold
was
on.
gonna
Hold on.
be
Hold on.
said.
Hold on. Hold
all
on.
night.
Only here's Joe, one sec. Here's the way I look at it. That your ownership was not confident you guys were going to win and you weren't going to go party. Me, I'm booking 2 days later the flight because I know my team's winning.
No, that
See,
was all Justin Levine's booking. That was all Justin Levine's booking. He's got to go the cheap way, and I got to book the girls at 7 a.m. And no wonder he's not even on the show. Look,
yeah,
I
I
was
also
going to
had to be
call him up on it.
responsible. I had to come back, and I had
Were you
things to
flying
do. I
the
had
plane?
business back in Toronto at like Tuesday, Wednesday. So, had to get back. But yeah, 7 a.m. No chance. No chance I was making that.
How many of your teammates missed the flights? Honestly.
It was just me.
Oh, all right. So you did have a little bit of much stuff, but vodka. All right, let's take us through the Isabel Cup, the game. Okay, it was very close game, overtime and all that. You guys dominated the overtime. All right, but why did they give you such a tough matchup, Minnesota?
Well, Minnesota just plays like a hard fought game, right? They're pedal to the metal. They're not going to give you any gap. And they like to be physical. So we knew, like, even right off the bat, it's just like they're dumping it and they're putting pressure on the defense. And it's like, we got to move our feet. We got to move this puck quick. And we also just got to be gritty. So my mentality first is like, I'm going to hit first, because if that's their game, I want to shove it back in their face. So playing gritty, playing puck protective, and we had that upper hand because we have speed. So we sort of mimicked their game, but we just added a little bit more flair, skill, and speed.
How did it feel, honestly, when you scored that goal? What was your first thought? You said to yourself, "God, this guy Joe is great," or finally I get Joe off my back. Which one?
At first, I was just like, I just got to hit this puck. I got to make sure I hit this puck first, because I had deja vu because I missed a couple of times backdoor. So as soon as it went in, I was just like, oh, yeah, I was, well, couple swears, but it's like, it's in. I was just like, I was yelling and screaming because it's like, what just happened? So yeah, sort of a little bit of a blur, but very happy.
All right, so hopefully Marty Roberts will come back in. Yes, he's coming back in. But Marty, turn on your camera. Let me ask you this. Now, we're going to talk about when you have the celebration here on Sunday and everything like that. But right now, are you a free agent?
Well, yeah, everyone's a free agent at this point.
All right. So you're a free agent. Do I dare ask you the question?
Well, no, I'll explain all the free agency sort of very diplomatically. So we're supposed to have our X meetings with Toronto sometime over the next. It could happen tomorrow, like sporadically, but it's probably going to happen next week between April 3rd and 11th, because April 3rd and 11th is the quote unquote restricted free agency, which doesn't really, well, it ties in, but your team has the rights to talk to you only. I think the other teams cannot talk to you at that point. As of April 11th, then other teams could start talking to players that haven't been signed yet. Just players that haven't been signed to sort of negotiate different contracts for next year. So, just very different landscape, especially with rumors of the PWHPA, aka PWHL, for the pro side.
Okay, hold on.
But
PW.
I gotta add all this in. People just don't know this two sides. Sometimes
hold on. There's two
it
sides.
sounds like I'm talking a different language sometimes.
Are you telling
but
me?
there's the PHF, obviously, and then sort of the fork in the wrench. So there's going to be maybe like 13, 14 teams next year, and that's all going to have females playing with livable wages, which is nice. Mostly with livable wages.
So wait a minute. Hold on. Marty Roberts, did you hear what she said? She said females are going to play with livable wages, all right? She said that. Marty, can you put a wig on and everything like that? I found a new profession for you, all right? Since you got rid of Kipling, all right? By the way, Marty Roberts has just, when he left, he texted me, all right? I'm going to let the cat out of the bag here, all right? Taylor, he wants his jersey autographed. Not only does he want the jersey, he wants the jersey that you lifted the Isabel Cup with. That's what he wants now.
Here's the thing. So 2 things. I'm not sure if you want that jersey anyway. B, supposedly we have to give them back, and a lot of the girls already have like the full team signature on their numbers because it's like this is a special team. We want everyone involved, and supposedly we have to give them back. That is rumored. They are value now. So we'll see.
And yours has vodka all over it.
Oh. All the great.
You don't drop any, do you?
Little champagne, maybe.
All right. What was, honestly, when you scored that goal when you won the cup? Take us through the a couple minutes when you won. Did you like wow after partying on the ice or champagne or whatever? When did it sink in that you're a champion?
Just just seeing the cup and seeing just all the girls' faces, like it's just like we did it, and just repeating that like probably about 20 times is like we did it. Of course, like the original core coming in, it's just very satisfying to be with them, and going through all this to get that win through that adversity and everything. But the D core coming through, having the goalies happy, and obviously just the forward. So even just like going up to every teammate, it's just like, man, we did this, and that sort of made it sunk in.
All right, the party, I shouldn't say parade. All right, party, because first of all, I don't know who arranged this. And Justin is involved in all this. I wanted, since I'm the mayor-elect of North America, the soon-to-be the mayor of Toronto, the president of Province of Canada, Marty Roberts is getting sick like this. I'm announcing it. All right, 2 to 3 on Sunday in Canlan Ice Sports. And listen, Canlan Ice Sports, how much does it hold? How many people does it hold?
I think it's like 2,500, isn't it?
2,500. I want 25,000. I want 25,000.
We could go around the parking lot. We could take a full facility tour of York, but that's like out of the emails that I got for like different events that are going to be happening, like, you know what? Like, people want to be with our team. People should actually want to party and celebrate with our team because we have that winning spunk. So I think there's going to be just more to come.
Listen to me. And by the way, I hear the Maple Leafs and Blue Jays are going to do something for you guys. Listen, Maple Leafs, Blue Jays, me and Marty, I have to be your security, all right? So everywhere you go, Maple Leafs.
So you'd have to leave the house.
Listen to me, Marty. Enough with this leaving the house or whatever. It's a champion. We are champions. And by the way, Taylor, I got to say this again. How does it feel for you? And nothing against Tinker and Eastwood and all that, but for you, capturing the Arnold 10 days later, capturing the hockey championship. And where's the Arnold? What's better, when you look at the cup or when you look at your gold medal in the Arnold gold medal? Where is that? Come on, show the world.
So the medal's my medal's downstairs. You know what? It had a lot of showtime too. It actually hasn't met the cup yet, so it has to come with me on Monday to meet the cup. It's so hey, Isabel, meet Arnold. Handshake, little flex. But anyway, I look at them. You know what? They're both very prideful individual accomplishments. I'm very blessed to be involved with both communities and be able to grow together in a sense, and try to figure things out on the women's side and for each sport to get better. So very honored that I was able to do both, do both in the same month. Like people just try to do within the same lifetime, but in the same month. Fast forward to that, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep going and just keep striving to be better for my communities.
Okay, so somebody is going to show up in 10 seconds, but I got to ask you this. I honestly got to. When you win the Isabel Cup, is it like the Stanley Cup? Do you get a day with it, or because every player gets a day with the Stanley Cup and all that? Did they tell you what's going on? Do you get a day with it? Because Marty Roberts drives a bus. He could chauffeur you around with, Justin Levine will pay for the convertible, that cheapskate, and all that, and put the cup through it and everything like that. What is going on with the Isabel Cup and the Toronto Six?
I'm pretty sure we'll get a day with the cup. I'm not sure when mine is. We haven't really fully discussed that. I know in the past when I won the Clarkson Cup with Markham, we had a day with the Clarkson Cup. So we will make some time. You're not the first one to ask me that. So I think I should throw on some special party for that. So I should get some party planners to throw an Isabel Cup party.
All right, make sure that this guy doesn't plan you for a 7 o'clock night after. Okay, 7 in the morning after. Blame this
Look,
guy.
look who's on time again. Look who's on time.
Sorry, I ran into a little bit of a phone call that ran.
What do you mean a phone call? This is international TV. You hang up on the phone.
I'll try to figure. How do you run into a phone call? You run into a wall. You don't run into a phone call.
You place the phone call on the wall and you run into it.
Listen, Taylor, I gotta say this.
So that
I watched the Isabel Cup. I saw you guys party and all that, and I see this guy on the ice more than I see the players. Even Marty Roberts sending me pictures and all that. This guy.
Blame the cameraman for that. I didn't ask for that. Let's make that clear.
Wait a minute, but why were you on the ice anyways? You're supposed to take care of media stuff.
You're just like, get my best side. Get my best side.
It was to extract players off the ice to media, but obviously that didn't happen because celebrations come first. So,
is this the first time you celebrated anything, Justin?
No, but it's certainly the first time I celebrated an Isabel Cup, and man, let me tell you, it was sweet.
What was sweet about it? We have Taylor Woods there, but what was sweet in your eyes? What was sweet about it? Because did you train? Did you play? Did you say your? By the way, Justin. By the way, do you know who scored the third goal for the Toronto Six?
I'm quite aware of who scored all the goals, and it was a wonderful display.
No. I didn't ask you who scored all the goals. I asked you who scored the third goal.
You're looking at her, the myth, the legend, Taylor Woods.
The myth, the legend. Look, it took him 3 years to work.
The myth on Sunday, the legend on Monday, right?
All right, Justin, you're on here. There's a big party happening for the Toronto Six. Marty Roberts has just texted me and get this guy. I'm on the air with you, Marty. Why do you need to? He goes, anybody who's attending this party gets a free T-shirt. Marty Roberts wants to know, do we get the free T-shirt?
If you are one of the
no, don't give me this one of the holy. This is Taylor.
Read the poster. If you are the first 1,000 people in, you get a free shirt. Be part of that first 1,000. Yeah, it's 1,000, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what kind of media guy. What do you think? But by the way, what are you doing Sunday at 2 to 3 p.m., Justin?
I'm going to be there at York Kenlin as we celebrate.
Okay, so wait a minute. Mark, listen to this. He said the first 1,000 people, right? Justin, you're the media relations director of the Toronto Six. Take away 5 shirts. Give 3 to Marty. Give 2 to me. Give 2 or 1 more to Taylor because she needs to hide some vodka bottles there, and that's it.
Well, all the players are going to get them. We're going to make sure that shirts are put aside for the players and for some staff. And maybe, just maybe, if I'm nice enough, I'll put aside an extra 2.
If you're nice enough. That means he's not, because he's never nice. And I see there's a lot of swag. There's a lot of swag, Isabel Cup swag out there. Taylor, did you see what swag do you like?
I saw 0 swag.
Really? I didn't. You, Justin? Isn't there, like, I see it on the Toronto Six website, on the PHF website, the Isabel Cup Toronto Six champion swag and sweaters and all that. Isn't that true, Justin?
Yes, that's correct. On t6fanware.com, it was just released, I think it was early afternoon today. So now there's stuff up. There are hats, there are t-shirts, there are long sleeve shirts. What else is there here?
Justin, I want one of everything, okay?
And there will be more coming. I know that. So this is a good start.
All right, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Justin. You're the media relations person for the Toronto Six. I heard a little birdie told me that the Maple Leafs and Blue Jays are going to celebrate the Toronto Six. That's what I heard. Can you confirm or deny?
The release went out this afternoon. There will be celebrations with both in the coming days. So that should be an exciting thing. It's great that some of our partner teams across the city are finally recognizing.
Okay, hold on, Justin. Hold on. Taylor, okay?
What's up?
I'm telling the Blue Jays, Maple Leafs, anybody, if you want to throw out the first pitch, let Taylor throw out the first pitch. Marty Roberts goes in the level 200. She has a rocket of an arm because
I do have a rocket of an arm. I was a catcher when growing up. I could throw at anyone going to second.
Let's go.
Why does that not surprise me? You were a catcher.
Just agility, just catching those outside balls, those curved
you
balls.
You want to be there. Where there's contact, you want to be there.
Yeah.
Marty
you just
Roberts
want to crush someone coming into home. That's all.
Get low, just go for the knees, right? Take them at the foot.
Marty Roberts was a pitcher. How fast is your fastball, Taylor?
How fast was my throw?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I never clocked it, but
never clocked it. Marty, how fast is your fastball?
42 miles an hour.
42. Justin, can you beat 42 miles an hour?
I probably can, yes.
What do you mean probably can? On Sunday from 2 to 3 p.m. at the Toronto Six party at Canlan Ice Sports, I want how many people fit at Canlan Ice Sports, Justin?
In our stands, a little bit over 1,000.
1,000. I want 10,000 people there to celebrate and listen to me. I got in the heat. The first professional ladies hockey team to capture Toronto professional ladies hockey team to capture a championship, but the first professional hockey team in Toronto to capture a championship since 1967. All the fans have said,
let me pause you there for a minute. I saw a certain tweet a day or two ago, and I have to agree the Toronto Furies did capture the Clarkson,
but they weren't paid. They were even Digit Murphy. Do you watch our show, Justin? Even Digit Murphy said the PWHPA, the Toronto Furies and Markham and all that, but they weren't paid. Toronto Six were the first professional played hockey team to capture a championship since 1967, Justin. Since 1967. So I urge.
If you look at it through the eyes of they weren't paid, that's entirely fair. I will give you that.
What? This guy, do you want me to cut you off? That's entirely fair. I only speak about fair. By the way, who scored the third goal of the game of Isabel Cup on Sunday?
You're looking at her right above me.
Yeah, who's the only one in Toronto media in the world to prevent that?
To prevent that?
To predict.
Oh, predict that. Oh, of course it's the what do you call yourself? The mayor of the provinces of Canada?
First of all, Justin, it's the president.
Are you going to be at City Hall tomorrow?
I will be at City Hall tomorrow. And do you want
put your name in?
Okay, Taylor, here, I was going to surprise Justin. You see this? This is the key to the city. The key to the city. Taylor,
right.
Be quiet, Justin. This is my show, okay? Look, this is the key to the city. Marty Roberts takes to the key to the city because every day he has to go to washroom, all right? So here's the key to the city, okay? The key to the city. You should be Toronto Six because they're the first professional hockey team since 1967 to capture a title in Toronto, should be getting keys to the city. And by the way, will I be at City Hall tomorrow? Yes. Who else will be? Who is the mayor of Toronto now? Nobody. It's me. That's it. All right, Justin.
Hey, Justin, if you want more people to come out for the celebration, get a dunk tank and put Joe inside of it. I will spend all my money just to dunk Joe each and every time back into the water.
Done deal. Done.
All right.
Mic drop.
Don't lie to the people. Don't lie to the people. People want to see Marty Roberts' hair flow in the dunk tank. All right? And Marty, if you don't watch it, I'll call Taylor to bench press you into the dunk tank. All right, put it that way. So, Justin, you were there. I asked Taylor the same question. How did it feel? You're working for Toronto Six. What a game! Minnesota giving a hard fought, and kudos to Minnesota also. They were really, really good there. But you, as you know, how did it feel when the final buzzer? Or let me ask you this: all joking aside, when Taylor scored, because I know you know as I've been saying Taylor's going to score for, like Taylor said, 8 days, not 8 weeks, 8 days. All right. So how did that feel when you see Taylor tie up the game and then when they scored in overtime?
Yeah, so it's actually really funny. When that puck went in the net, Taylor, I swear I had Joe in the back of my head while I was sitting in the media box, and I'm thinking, he said that. He really said that, and it really happened. So you know what?
This is why Justin Levine's going to be promoted into the Fired Up Network, maybe Hall of Fame, maybe Hall
I
of
honestly
Shame.
thought Justin was going to say he was getting popcorn at the time she scored.
No, I was in the media box, and I swear to God, the first thing I heard was Joe's voice saying, "She's gonna score," and I was like, "Yeah,
How
that's
can
the
you
thing
not
that
hear his
happened."
voice?
So that was actually really neat to see that happen, and have that little birdie.
All right, and then when the overtime goal went, and you guys, you're part of the team, so I'm going to say this: did you hold the Isabel Cup? Is it 55 pounds?
I held the Isabel Cup. It is not 55 pounds.
How many pounds would you say it is?
It's actually fairly light. I'm gonna go and say maybe it's 10 to 12 pounds.
All right, and what did you do when you were holding it? How many pictures of you holding it? Because I want to see that we have a champion on staff here at Fired Up Network. You're the champion, but Taylor Woods is a two-time champion, of course, winning the Arnold Strongman, Strongwoman competition, and then 10 days later winning the Isabel Cup. But how did it feel when your team is a champion? Because Montreal will never be a champion again.
So who's that question for?
That's for you because nobody else likes Montreal.
Again, it was really, really neat to be a part of that. This is such a special group of people, and Taylor, I'm sure you can attest to that. It really was. I'm just so very grateful to have been a part of that, and I was right down by the gates where the T6 benches when that buzzer went off when Teresa scored, and just watching everyone explode from the benches and all of us admin staff who exploded from that door down the tunnel. It was such a moment to take in and something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. So that was incredibly cool.
Now, Taylor, I'm going to give everybody's watching here. Everybody, the whole world's watching. Give everybody the comments and particularly say repeat, right? Everybody wants to hear repeat. So go ahead. The floor is yours. Go ahead. Marty Roberts, wake up. She's going to repeat. Go ahead.
Well, okay, we just won a few days ago. I think it's like Thursday. So
doesn't matter. You see the party. Are you okay?
4 days ago
on Sunday? Everybody said
I guess off season started on Monday, and I just missed the flight. So off season started Monday.
Off season started good.
Rough start, but entirely valid.
Yeah, but honestly though, we're gonna win. Like I want to win again. So people are just gonna have to be more competitive than I am because I'm just gonna tear it up.
Impossible. Nobody's more competitive than you. Impossible. Nobody's more competitive than you. Impossible. That can't.
You've got that one right.
And Justin, let me ask you a question. You're the media relations director. You book flights. Why would you book a 7 a.m. flight?
I did not book that.
You booked that. You booked that.
Our third party travel agency guy, he's the one who booked that. So
yeah, blame him. But put him under the bus there. All right. Do you guys know what was the attendance in Arizona for Isabel Cup?
I heard it was somewhere between 15 and 17. So
it was a pretty
15
decent
and
crowd.
17 people. Wow.
100 people. So it was actually a pretty decent crowd. It was almost as loud as if it was a full crowd, though that would have been cooler to see. But for what came out, especially given the time between announcement and the actual thing, great crowd.
Yeah.
So did you have exit meetings yet, Taylor?
No.
So you're gonna have that.
It was so close. Again, it's like 4 days. Like.
Right now we're still in celebration. So I think right now we're just focused on lifting Izzy and taking Izzy to where Izzy, needs or wants to be, and enjoying it.
Are you talking about Izzy Galev, the girl who sings, or what? What song? What song was playing when you won the championship, Taylor? Because you guys, Toronto Six is known for a little bit swifty, and Justin's a little bit. He dances to he bangs it out with Taylor Swift.
Here we go again. I knew that was coming.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, there was a couple of TikTok songs. It wasn't my idea. I know, I think Britney Spears was our game-winning song for half
you
the year,
did it
and all of a
again!
sudden, just different music was coming on. For me, I was just still after the game, I'm still just we gotta do better. We gotta do better, and just in the zone because I'm competitive. So I'm not even sure what song or music was going on in the background. I was just also too focused on Izzy and just the happiness of our team.
Okay, Justin, what song was played? You were in charge also. You're booking air flights. You're booking you're in charge of the DJ. What song was playing?
Honestly, I wasn't really in the locker room area after the game. I was in the hallway, so the only thing I heard or really saw was after everyone came in the locker room and started singing a TikTok song. What was that song that you guys were all chanting in the hall?
No idea. I let the younger generation answer those, pick those choices.
Yeah, the younger generation. Marty Roberts, let me ask you, you're part of the younger generation. You're the part of the Pepsi generation, the Coke generation, everything like that. If you win a championship, Marty, because if you win a championship, what song would you be playing?
I don't really care what song would be playing. I just won a championship. I'm celebrating. I don't give a crap what song's playing.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's take it from the grizzled young veteran, Taylor, okay? You were drinking and you missed your flight, okay, whatever. Marty Roberts, you win a championship. Take us through the next hour.
I'm missing my flight as well.
Yeah, but what
especially at 7 a.m.
What are you doing?
Only way I'm getting there at 7 a.m. is if I slept at the airport the night before with my 2-4 beside me, drinking in the lounge there. That's the only way I make that flight.
Entirely valid.
With the 2-4 beside you, remember that. All right. So let me ask Taylor a question here. Taylor, now you look back. You guys are champion. You won the Arnold 10 days before and all that. When you look at that span, going to the Arnold, training for the Arnold, winning, then going, and obviously hockey is your career and all that, winning. How gratifying is that? Did you finally say after the 2 weeks, oh, what a 2 weeks and what a journey, and I want to do it again, but take us through for you, forget about the team, for you, the last 2 weeks, 20 days, let's say.
It honestly, it's unbelievable. It's something that I sort of set out to do. It's hey, I have my eyes on it. Something that would just be an incredible feat for me, just to show my whole dedication to just my craft as an athlete. And yeah, it was amazing. I think sort of my enthusiasm too over the last couple of days has been just warrants that, and I'm just going to bring that motivation, of course, into my next challenges and endeavors. So very happy about it. Yeah, and I couldn't celebrate it any harder than what I did. So it's amazing. I'm very blessed with the team and the support staff that I've had along the way that helped me out.
What's your next challenges and endeavors?
Okay, so at the end of May, I am going to squat 400 pounds and run a 5:30 mile in the same day.
Marty Roberts does that all the time.
In my car, I can do that.
All right, and like Justin says, you're probably going to go to the Leafs, and you're probably going to go maybe the Raptors or Blue Jays. Out of all those sports, which one would you like to, let's say, throw out the first pitch or face off or say hi? Which player, Toronto sports athlete, do you want to meet? And by the way, whoever it is, can you just tell them, you suck, I'm a champion?
No, I cannot do that. Because they're athletes in their craft. If I did something on the ice with the Maple Leafs, that'd be really cool. But they don't typically do that. Maybe a puck drop sort of thing. I don't think we'll get that opportunity to do
Marty
that.
Roberts, hold on, Taylor. Hold on.
But throw it the first pitch. That'd be amazing. Shooting like a basket. I don't know.
Taylor.
Like, I'll be on the floor at the NBA game shooting with the Isabel Cup like shirts.
Yeah, that's great. But I got an idea. I got an idea now. I know Sheldon Keefe is watching. Marty Roberts, listen. Sheldon Keefe is watching. Taylor Woods is eligible to make the NHL playoffs to replace Justin Hall. All right, to replace Justin Hall, Taylor Woods can replace Justin Hall.
In their 11 and 7
upgrade. By the way, who watched the game last night? In overtime, this guy gives away the puck. He's rising on the ice. Taylor, did you watch that when he gave away the puck?
I didn't. I sort of tuned off when they were up 2-0, and then Maurice there was just livid in his team. I'm like, oh man, this guy's very Canada, and I've never seen this, like not even Winnipeg. So obviously, like you got to motivate your team somehow. And yeah, maybe Justin Hall should have been in that motivational talk, but you know what? Toronto's running different things, right? They could go 12, they could go 6. I think things are just going to go back to 12 and 6 going down the stretch once O'Reilly's back in, but whatever, if they want to just sort of play 7 defensemen, they could just sort of roll and float 7 defensemen.
All right. So, Taylor, I know you got to go here. So, again, congratulations. Like me and Justin say, Mazel Tov, capturing the Isabel Cup and capturing the Arnold here. And hopefully, you'll have an easier time during the off season. But Taylor, we have one big announcement. You know what it is. So I'm going to make it. But Taylor Woods, in a couple weeks, it's the NHL playoffs. Periodically, I'm not going to say every game because Justin will be mad at me. But periodically, Taylor Woods will be our Maple Leaf insider. Bob McKenzie's an insider. Justin has been fired as an insider. I made him as an insider, but he said Radko Gudas got traded when he didn't. He said Bertuzzi. He said
last minute mistake. Jeez, it happens. Sometimes the
what do you
deadline
mean a mistake? That's a mistake that 30 million people read.
Actually, let me correct myself. The person who told me that it was their mistake. I repeated it. My mistake.
All right. Do you want to throw that guy under the bus? You
just
did. Do you want to say his name?
Honestly, a little bit. Yeah.
Go ahead. Say his name.
I'm not going to do that, but that wasn't.
Say his initials.
No, that would be wrong too. I'm a better person than that, but yeah, wrong info. But anyways, let's go on with the show.
All right. So Taylor Woods will be back here for Maple Leaf playoffs to break it down. How excited are you for that, Taylor?
Yeah, no, you know what? They have a really good team. I know like the hype's been, they've been working on their defense and everything, and stats show. Let's sort of see just the experience that they've had in the playoffs, and let's sort of see if they have that offensive spark, that defense dynamic, and like that flow to go through the 16 wins that they need. So we'll see.
All right, Taylor, are you going to be critical of Justin Hall? You're already critical of Justin Levine, but I want to know if you're going to be critical like Marty Roberts, if you're going to be critical of Justin Hall.
Hey, like I'll call it as it is, right? If there's if he makes good plays, he's going to make good plays. I know he was sort of there at the start, and then he sort of pulled back, but of last season or last playoffs, but we'll see how they go. It's going to depending on even to like that coaching dynamic and how they're going to roll the lines. But yeah, they have players, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Again, Marty, you want to say any final thoughts to Taylor?
No, just congrats. I'm glad I got to watch it. Too bad I didn't have a plane ticket to go to Arizona to watch it, but watching it on TV was nice to see you guys celebrate, and it was even better to see you score a goal.
Who by the way, who told her she's going to escort? Never mind. Justin, any final thoughts that you want to tell Taylor?
Taylor, you already know the things I could tell you, but I'll just finish in saying this was a remarkable achievement, and seeing you pot in that goal was definitely one of the highlights of the weekend. Congratulations, you are officially a 2023 Isabel Cup champion. Take that in, enjoy it, and enjoy the festivities that are coming this week.
Thank you.
And Taylor, by the way, when you're going to do the breakdown and be our analyst, Sportsnet and 3 letters are going to call you. I have the right to match, so I'll match it with Marty Roberts' dollar that I pay him. All right, so I'll go above Sportsnet and TSN by $1, okay? Because I'm telling you, I'm expecting a championship performance during the playoffs here when you break down the Maple Leafs. Well, Marty Roberts, what are you saying? They're going to win the first round or lose the first round?
Well, as long as when Taylor comes on, she has her mic plugged in right away so we can hear her talk when she's giving her opinion of the games.
And Taylor, we want the gold medal. We want the ring when you are analyzing the games in the playoffs, because you know what? I'll go out on the limb right now. Okay, Taylor? The Toronto Six are the only Toronto team who are going to be a champion in 2023. All right?
That is very tough to
And
say.
when I'm right, Marty Roberts is going to buy me 16 bottle of red wine that we can drink. All right. Okay, Taylor, anything, last things that you want to say to the millions and millions of fans?
No, I'm just going to, just keep smiling because it was a great month. So, we'll just keep living March.
Live in March, all right. March is over tomorrow, so and April starts on Saturday. But congratulations again, Taylor, and we'll be in touch with you again. And next time, don't miss the flight to the Fired Up Network studios. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right, that's Taylor Woods,
Congrats, Taylor.
champion in Arnold Schwarzenegger champion, Isabel Cup champion. Justin, you want to stay on or what?
Yeah, I'll stay on another few minutes. Why not?
All right, what do you want to talk about? I'll give it to Justin. What do you want to talk about?
Geez, well, I'm sure we've already talked our T6 minds off, so why don't we go to the Blue Jays, because it was opening day today. That's a fun thing to talk about.
No, we won't talk about the Blue Jays. I don't want to talk about the Blue Jays.
Justin, you get the floor. You get to pick what we talk about.
I don't want to talk about the Blue Jays. I want to talk about what Justin's a fan of this Saturday and Sunday. By the way, Justin, I don't know if you heard this. Marty Roberts is going to watch WrestleMania 39. Justin,
I never said that. I said I get the channel.
You called me up.
I said I get the channel, but I didn't say I was going to watch it.
If you turn it on, we're no longer talking.
I might turn it on only for when Lita wrestles. That might be the only time I turn on Lita and Trish Stratus. That's the only time I'll turn it on.
Lita and Trish Stratus. All right. Okay, Justin, go ahead. Blue Jays, game 1, your thoughts, and then me and Marty will break it down. Go ahead.
Hey, they had a great start to the game. Watching Dalton Varsho kind of get things started along with, I think it was Bo Bichette, if I'm correct. Really good start. Manoa, a little bit shaky, 5 runs, 9 hits. Not so great. Not the kind of performance you think you're going to see from a star or totem for opening day. However, a day like this also presents a lot of nerves and challenging to overcome. There were a lot of pitchers even admitted to things like anxiety today. So, understandably it was shaky, but hey, it's game 1 and they still got the win. And this was a crazy game. Now, this game went for 3 hours and 38 minutes approximately. I don't think a lot of people saw that result coming, but it's a strong 10-9 effort by the Jays to come back and not let the Cardinals get over them. So, and nonetheless, there's also a win on the road. So really a fun game. Just a lot of action, but good finish.
I can't wait till the pitch clock comes into play.
Hey, there was a first violation today. Marcus Stroman, apparently.
Still 3 hours and 40 minutes. We got the pitch clock. Yeah, that really shaved down some time.
Yeah, right. Marty, we'll talk about that after when we're joined by another guest here. But Justin, have you taken a look at the Rogers Center? They're almost finished the upgrades and all that. Have you taken a look at that? And where do you want to go around when you get there August 11th through August 16th, first opening series? Do you want to sit in the outfield and the catch and anything like that? And Justin, I hear since you're a champion now, you're going to invite me and Marty to the Blue Jay game.
Yeah. Okay. To answer your questions in order, number 1, the pictures I've seen of the place, like all the, the stuff that was covering the turf while they were doing the construction, it's officially all off, and the place looks excellent. The bar is just about ready in the outfield, both on the left and right sides. Honestly, this place looks so good, and I wasn't sure what Rogers Center could look like in a more modernized fashion, but it looks excellent. I can't wait to be there on April 16th. It is with the team. It's going to be a lot of fun, and if I had to choose where we could sit, honestly, you could get, I'm sure, cheap tickets and just even hang over the glass or whatever. That's above where the bar is going to be. I think that would be the spot to be in, right? Honestly, especially when the roof is open and it's a beautiful sunny day. That would be my spot.
All right, that's April 11th, the home opener against the Detroit Tigers, and a lot of changes in the Rogers Center, and I think they have, what is it, Marty? $20 is general admission tickets. You
you just get to walk all over the place. I guess in that section, you don't have a seat. You just wander and you get to watch the game.
But the big question, Justin, you're taking me and Marty because now you're a champion, right?
Perhaps it's now I'm a champion.
Not perhaps. Yeah, give me a yes or no. What perhaps? Perhaps. It's yes or no.
I have certain powers, and the powers that maybe might make that happen. So
I think Justin needs a T-shirt with the word "perhaps" on it because that's his favorite word, perhaps.
No, and then just strike it with the Fired Up Network logo on top.
No, don't put the Fired Up Network logo on top. But that the T-shirt said "perhaps" in the front and "Gudis" in the back. Perhaps Gudis.
Wow, we're really not letting that one go now, are we?
No, I am letting it go. All right, let it go. So you're going to sing Frozen now. You're going to leave here. Let it go. But Justin, honestly, you went down there to Isabel Cup. You saw, you're part of a championship team. I don't know what you were doing for the Toronto Six. You had more ice time than Taylor Woods. When I look at the sheet, she had like 8 minutes or whatever. I seen you on the ice. I seen you talking. I seen you schmoozing. Did you do anything for the Fired Up Network then?
No, I was busy filming content and taking interviews. That was how my ice time was spent compared to
So
Taylor.
hold on, you're taking interviews for the Toronto Six. So you have never taken an interview for Fired Up Network. So interview Marty Roberts. Let me see if you're equipped to do interviews.
Oh, I'm more than equipped to do interviews because the interviews on the ice were golden. I even interviewed one of the players' families, and it was let's just say
so
it was.
Give him a shout out. Go ahead.
Okay, look, I could shout out so many families. There were so many parents of players I spoke with, but specifically the Eastwoods, who I was talking with on the ice afterwards. What a remarkable achievement for everyone. But yeah, just to see the player support, because the players that I remember off the top of my head, Brianne Wilson-Bennett had her family there. Again, Eastwood had her family there. Emma Woods had her family there. There were so many, and Brooke Boquist had her family there. Her parents I've met a couple of occasions, so had a small chat with them as well. Again, what a cool experience to even be in Arizona, and I'm grateful to BTM Partners for even getting that experience to be there and to do my job like on the ice in Arizona. That was exceptional, and the way our team played to fend off what was a really feisty Minnesota team. It was just from the efforts on the ice to the experience off the ice and the people who made that happen. What a fantastic weekend, and I wouldn't trade that for the world. That was awesome.
All right, so Marty, listen to this. This is the only time I'm going to say this. Justin Levine, a champion. Now, I can also say Justin Levine, former insider who breaks trades like nobody else. Which one sounds better, Marty?
Champion.
There we go. Nice.
Right. That's Marty. Who cares about his opinion? All right.
Wow.
So, Justin, thanks a lot, and congratulations also. And tell everybody again, 2 to 3 p.m. Doors open, I think, 1:30. Canline Ice Sports. Honestly, go out, support the Toronto Six. They won the championship. And, Justin, come on. You're supposed to get us a jersey. You're supposed to get Marty Roberts a jersey. Get us a T-shirt. Get us something.
I'll take a damn hat. A hat.
I will secure you T-shirts. I will promise you that. And,
no. Who he said? What's his favorite word? Perhaps. Perhaps
he switched it to promise, so now it's perhaps promise.
So, wait a minute. What are you going to secure us? I want to hear this on international TV. Go ahead.
I will do my very best to secure a pair of T-shirts along with everything else that is secured. You guys have been avid supporters of us all season long. We are incredibly grateful for that support and the coverage along with it. So, from the Toronto Six on behalf of the team, thank you very much.
Hold on, Justin. Let me correct you. You said we've been a big supporter of the team. Justin, where do you work?
I work with the team.
Yeah, take away the team. Where do you work? I'm not a supporter of you. I'm a supporter of the Toronto Six.
Oh, I hope you're a supporter of me. If you're not, then I'm on the wrong
No,
show.
now, forget about now. I'm asking for. You said you're going to bring.
Joe,
two
your
shirts.
head's not going to be big enough to fit out your door.
Me? No, my
Yeah.
head's big enough. I could fit Kipling in there.
Somehow
right?
this turned from congratulating
Hey,
Justin
don't-
to congratulating Joe.
No, I'm not congratulating me. I'm only Thanks a lot, Marty. Wicked segue. Justin, tell everybody once again who told everybody that
See?
Taylor Woods is going to score a goal. Thanks
Well,
a lot.
first-
You reminded me.
It was the president of the provinces of Canada. No one else.
That's right. So, Justin, I want 2 of everything. Not 2 of shirts, not 2 hats, 2 of everything. 1 for me, 1 for Marty. If Marty doesn't want it, I'll give it to somebody else who deserves it on the Fired Up Network.
I think it's just shirts. That's as far as my knowledge goes.
No, to Marty said hats. Marty needs a hat.
I saw the hats being given out after the game. I wanted one of those hats.
The PHF hats. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got one.
What do you mean you got one? You should get 100. We have to get. And why didn't they see Toronto 6 champion? Why? They didn't have it made. They have it made if you're a Stanley Cup
Well,
champion.
Joe, what are they gonna do? Make freaking one for
Well, they
Minnesota
make
and
2
one
hats.
for Toronto?
Exactly. They're not going to do that. You know what? It's a lot of money to get something like that done. And it's not just about money, but it's like you don't know who's going to win. So it's
Here's
not.
the last thing about the game. You have to go and talk to the girls, and they have to have a better celebration of spilling or pouring the water on the head coach. That was just lame. That was lame. They need to get a bucket and just dump it, not bottles. They got to do better for that. That's their off season. They got to practice on the celebration, the dumping of the water on the coach.
Well, you know what? At that moment on the ice, all they had with them was bottles. Once they got off the ice, they were equipped with the cups. So
that should be the media relations person's job to get Gatorade to sponsor you so you can throw it on the coach.
I like where your head's at. I like
What do you mean I like where you're... He's the media relations guy. Why haven't you thought about it?
Because we only had water bottles with us at the time. So we used what we had.
All right, Justin. If you provide 2 of everything, all right, 2 of everything, you're on next week, all right? You're on next week. If you don't, I'm going to go to your house, and because I know where you live, Marty Roberts will drive me to your house, and we're going to break down the door to get that PHF hat, to get... By the way, I should ask Taylor, do I get a ring? Because I know I'm going to get a ring. I know I'm going to get a ring. Justin, I will get a ring before you. I will get a ring before you. Maybe a wrestling ring, but I will get a ring before you. All right, Justin. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Justin Levine, Media Relations
Congrats,
Director.
Justin.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Don't forget to go to Canlan Ice Sports this Sunday, 2 to 3 p.m. Celebrate the Toronto 6 Isabel Cup victory. Thanks, Justin.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Marty, we're going to, first of all, we're joined by Billy the Greek here, all right? Look at him. He's styling and profiling. Look at this guy drinking, celebrating the Isabel Cup victory, celebrating an open day victory for the Blue Jays, 10-9, using 9 pitchers once again on opening day. Billy, go ahead.
I want to talk with my mouth full, man. I want to respect the millions. I want to give them a mouthful in a minute. How you doing, folks? First of all, I was watching the Fired Up Radio and Television Network. I almost fell asleep, man. So let me snap out of it here. Here's what Canada.
You mean what I watch every Monday at 7?
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Hold on, Double J. Here's what I'm going to tell you. First of all, to you, Wood. Congratulations. The more I think about it, I'm not really a fan of female sports and that, but the more I think about it, right, to do some of the stuff that she's done, like in 2 different disciplines, and just the passion she shows, the enthusiasm, God bless you. Keep up the good work. But as for this guy up here, the newfie from Barrie, and Justin Laverne, the 2 guys, the mutual admiration. So I'm watching these 2 guys, the mutual admiration society, try to pick on the owner, try to pick on the boss, the architect, the guy that's put the Fired Up Network on the map, trying to double team. Like Laverne says something, Marty agrees. Marty says something. Whoa, mutual admiration society. Just sickening. Again, And it,
Billy,
Rat-
you do know the
hold
chick
on,
that
hold on. Let
does
me
the
get a word in.
bounces.
Ratko Dudes is still in Florida.
This is why Billy the Greek is going to get Marty Roberts raised on the Fired Up Network. All right, Billy, start us off. Opening day for Major League Baseball. We'll start off with the Blue Jays here. Blue Jays surviving 10-9. What did they use, Marty? 9 pitchers?
They used 7 guys. They only have 1 guy left in the bullpen. That was Richards.
All right. So I heard the last segment, you guys talking about the stadium improvements, how beautiful it's going to be. Really, at the end of the day, it's just more money for Rogers and his boys. How extraordinary it's going to be. You sit in center field, bleachers, walk around for $20. How much more beautiful can it be? So you spent all this money, Marty Roberts, right? Millions. I don't know, maybe even $1 billion. Who knows what they spent? About $650,000 to find a left-handed pitcher that 90 to no. So you're basically running back a bullpen that didn't do that wasn't working. Give it up. You're running and you want to win a pennant moving forward with Meza as your only lefty. You want to win with Garcia as your 8th inning guy, and you want to tell Nate Pearson throwing 102 to go to the minors and work on his game. Who's running this ship, man? Who's running this ship? Because sure as hell it ain't me, because if it was, you bet your bottom dollar. Before I got rid of Teoscar, Gurriel, Moreno, I would have made sure my bullpen was lights out, and they've done nothing of the sort. I'm not talking about a 1-game indication of what's to come, but any baseball fan worth their salt can look and see that the area of weakness for the Toronto attention has not been addressed. And everybody's trying to tell me Rogers and Sportsnet are spoon-feeding everybody this notion that the Blue Jays are a 100-win team. Are you your mind that the Blue Jays are favored to beat the Yankees? You're going to win with that bullpen, Marty? Give your head a shake, you and Laverne.
Nope. I never said. Where did you say I said anything about the bullpen?
Smart enough, Marty Roberts. I saw you and Laverne in cahoots against Joe and the Greek. I saw you trying to.
I liked it better when you had something in your mouth. I liked it better when you had something in your mouth.
Hold on. Don't you know Joe's in a sensitive spot? He's got things. He doesn't like to leave the house. He doesn't like to get picked. When you address the boss, Marty, address him with respect, you and Laverne. Don't try to railroad him. Don't try to do nothing.
You know what, Billy?
Marty Roberts, this guy put you on the map.
You know what? You're right, Billy. He should be more corporate. He should be more corporate, man. I can't believe this guy. All right. Hold on. I got to ask Billy this. To begin the show, we had your good friend. He asked about you. Your good friend, Steve Carney. Steve Carney with the Major League Baseball prediction. He predicted, listen, do you agree or disagree with this, Billy? He predicted the Milwaukee Brewers and the New York Yankees in the World Series, with Milwaukee winning. Your thoughts?
Man, was he under the influence? He was. I didn't watch the program.
No.
Hold on. Here's the deal.
He took Norm's advice. That's what happened.
And you're in a gambling sense. If you're a proponent of Milwaukee Brewers and you take a couple bucks out of your pocket, God bless you. That means you're a dreamer. That means you have hope. But ultimately. The Milwaukee Brewers with Chris and Yelich and other guys at the top of your order, they don't have enough bats to compete. Their pitching staff's okay. They got a decent bullpen. But you got to put up 4 or 5 runs in Milwaukee that they can generate enough offense to not only compete in that division, but against some of the other clubs from the NL East and NL West in a playoff, should they be fortunate enough for some. But I'm probably not.
All right, Marty. Marty, what did you think? Billy said it so nicely there. What did you think of the Blue Jays season opening win 10-9 over the St. Louis Cardinals?
Well, and not to, the bullpen again, Meza didn't get anyone out. We saw that last year. Like Bill said, I kept saying Chaffin and Rogers is who the Jays should have went after for that left-handed arm in the pen, because they can't win with Meza as the left-handed guy. Another thing I didn't really get today was Schneider was taking pitchers out with like 2 outs in each inning. I don't know why he wasn't allowing guys to finish it. So you got Swanson, who threw pretty good. He takes him out with 2 outs in the inning. He comes in, gets his job done, takes him out with 2 outs in the inning. I don't understand what he was doing there. And then he rolled through 7 relievers. So if by chance Romano, crapped the bed, we're left with Richards for extra innings. It wasn't a very well thought out process for Schneider today. Hopefully he gets better at it. Manoah, chalked it up. It just wasn't his day. He was touching 96 miles an hour. He was only at 92, 93 through the spring training. But chalk it up. I know some people are saying, the day was too big for him. No, it wasn't. It was just a bad day. It wasn't his day. Move on. We'll see him in 5 days, and we got Gosman next time out.
You're right. And you know what? Like frankly, Toronto sports fans in general, and I on the podium here, I don't like to use foul language, even though I'm tempted periodically to throw a couple of F's, a couple of C's, Toronto sports fans got to be the stupidest, but like this Blue Jay Nation, Big Six, these guys got to be the biggest. Like, where do you find idiots like this, man? Like, they're out of my mind. Manoah comes out, has a poor outing, and we're talking about the pressure being too big for him. Man, come on. Smarten up, you artards. Smarten up, man. So, should Texas then cut DeGrom because he give up 5 in 4 innings? How about Nola from Philadelphia? Now, let's get Blue Jay, Maple Leaf, and the only smart fans, obviously, man, from what it appears to me anyways, are Toronto Six fans and characters, all 1,500 or whoever they are. They seem to be talking about Blue Jay fans, even 95% of the people that watch the Fired Up Network, they just got S for brains, man. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know. I don't know, Double J. It's unfortunate.
Here's one thing I will say, Billy, about Manoah today is he's an old school type of guy, and he had the pitch comm today on, and he was calling pitches. It's awfully tough to call your game every single pitch and worry about pitching at the same time to the guy. So I was surprised by that. He gave it up, I think, in his 3rd inning or whatever, gave it back to Kirk. But I was surprised that Manoah – I know Bassett's going to do it. Bassett loves calling his own game. But I was surprised Manoah took the pitch comm on his glove today to make the pitches.
Yeah. And for those of you watching, Joe, in case you're curious, obviously I'm not in the best of moods. Had a little parlay going tonight, and I just nailed the end just went against me. It seems the story of my life. Can't get any luck. Had the Milwaukee, the Milwaukee. What is a Milwaukee?
140 to 99.
Bucks to beat the Celtics. I had the Bucks to beat the Celtics, and I got nosed right in the 4th quarter, Joe. Another tough beat for myself.
140 to 99. By the way,
the game was much closer. It was much closer, Joe, than that. The score was misleading, man. It was nip and tuck until it garbage time.
41 points misleading. All right, we talked about Manoah. Marty, you want to start us off? We did have some pluses. George Springer, great. Vlad, great. Varsho, good there. So we did have the newcomers really showing it up there. But forget about Manoah for a second. Talk about the pluses in the game 1.
Well, obviously the bats came out like Springer, 5 hits, 5 for 6.
Yeah.
You got Vlad taking that 103-mile-an-hour fastball the other way to get the lead back again. Chapman was struggling all spring. Gets 3 hits for a show. So there's a lot of pluses out there. Again, though, we saw it. We're going to have to live with this for the rest as long as he's in Toronto. Bo's a great hitter.
Yeah,
his defense is always going to be in question. Again, we saw it in game 1. He's got to tidy that up. But we saw Kiermaier make a big diving play in, I think it was the 9th inning, to keep a run from scoring. Springer. So, there's some pluses. You're right. Manoah struggled, but that happens. That's going to happen. So it was a good first day. They could have easily rolled over, but they came back in St. Louis to win 10-9.
Everybody should listen to Billy. He's the best manager. This is what Marty said. Best manager in what is it? Your league.
I'll finish this sentence. I'm the best skipper that's never won anything in my life. I'm the best of those guys.
This year, I'm going on a limb. this year you're going to win something because Marty Roberts bribe the umpires. All right, the umpires
Here's the deal.
everywhere.
I can't even win. You know, when you go to the C&E, you know, you got a little one beside you. You're trying to impress her. So, you know, I'm a bit of a pool guy. I can't even win at that pool game at the C&E, and not be tried, right? So sometimes when the guy's not looking, take the ball a little to secure a little better positioning for myself, right? And I still missed the shot. I can't win at nothing. But here's what I can tell you: that, as I mentioned earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Marty, explain to me, both obviously that are big fans of this guy over here with that nice hair, beautiful boyish looks. Explain to us, if you could. So you brought in Kiermaier, you brought in Varsho, you brought in Belt, and you brought in Bassett. Those 4 guys you brought in, right? All right. Jettison from the club is Hernandez, Gurriel, Moreno, and Stripling, right? So tell me something. And again, on paper, how are the Blue Jays a better team this year than they were last 10-9 aside? If you're a GM, would you trade those 4 guys that I just mentioned, Gurriel, Hernandez, Moreno, and Stripling, for the 4 guys that come in player for player? On paper, they're not a better team. So I don't know where all these Blue Jay fans got these high hopes of 100 wins.
But it is. I just said it. What saved the game for them? Kiermaier diving in center field to catch that ball. That doesn't happen with Gurriel and Hernandez out there. It just doesn't.
That doesn't happen when Springer doesn't make that play in center. Springer doesn't make that play.
Okay, so Springer's play that happened earlier on in right field, Hernandez would have to try and make that. He wasn't making it. Kiermaier's legs scored that run.
All right, fine.
I
understand the one
defense.
I
makes
understand.
It better.
I understand the rationale.
No, you asked me the question. Let me finish it.
All right, go ahead.
Put something back in your mouth.
One day I'm going to get a word in on this
Put
program.
something in your mouth. Have that cheesy, and I'll talk. So,
fuck. Okay.
They're an all-around better team. Base running, defense. They can hit the ball. Look, they scored 10 runs today without having a home run. That wouldn't have happened last year. They're more rounded this year. They could do things to score
one game.
Runs.
One game and they're more rounded.
They showed it all spring training. All spring training did the exact same thing. It's
one game.
Happen.
So Marty Roberts is telling.
You want to talk to bullpen? That's one thing, but this is a lot.
Don't make me light another cigarette on live TV, please.
I'm telling you, put the bag of Lay's over your head.
All right, Marty, I'll go to here. Looking at the scoreboard of Major League Baseball, a lot of game ones, but a lot of shutouts. I don't know if you see 3-4 shutouts in game one.
Well, obviously, it depends on where it is. There's some of the weather's terrible still out there, so who knows what the weather was at some of these places. But, you know, you look at some of the Scherzer didn't have the greatest of days. Lopez in Minnesota threw really well. So it's early. You're going to see some guys throw up. Most times it's a lot more runs are scored early on than it will be in a few weeks from now.
So here's a side note. Springer is the first player in American League history to record 5 hits, 4 runs scored on opening day. So that's news there.
Yeah, absolutely.
5 hits.
A great performance by Springer. But again, 5 for 6, man, and the combined exit velocity on those 5 hits was maybe 200 miles an hour. You found a couple holes, put the ball in play. That's fine and good, but let's not make it that, you know, those were 5 bullets all over the yard and this, that, the other. Let's kind of tell it like it is. It looks good in the box score, but again, he must have with a little blessing from a priest, and we'd be riding him as a bum. And 2 weeks from now, when he pulls out with the glass legs, we're gonna say, this guy Kiermaier's amazing, Roberts. Look at the play. But what are you gonna tell me when he plays 88 games this year and he pulls his hamstring 3 weeks from now, and you're scurrying to the minors for guys that you don't have? Not Marty Roberts.
Your boy Gurriel was the same way.
Marty Roberts, you're supposed to be in a better mood. Your Pittsburgh Penguins had a victory today. You're supposed to be in a better mood.
Well, I was in a better mood till I saw Frito-Lay come on here.
Well, no, don't talk. He's done a great job writing WrestleMania articles. Don't make fun of him. All right.
Speaking of WrestleMania for a minute, you know what? And at this point in life, despite some of the controversies that come up, Vinny doing a couple of things maybe he shouldn't have in the 70s, 80s, a little bit of cash, he will
90s,
cross the line a little bit.
2010.
All right, he crossed the line. All right, he did, he shouldn't have did what he did. Okay, Vinny, man, you good bad boy, But here's the thing, maybe he's getting out at the right time, because if you're headline for WrestleMania, if your main event, you got to bring Cena back, that dinosaur, and you got some guy never heard of. Who's the other guy? AJ Styles?
No, he's not. Austin.
Who's
Theory.
the other guy? Main event.
Austin Theory. They're grooming him to be the next John Cena. And by the way,
okay,
I'll reveal this. John Cena is opening up WrestleMania. Instead of main eventing, he's opening up night one. Austin Theory, John Cena, Saturday opening up. And by the way, thanks for the segue. We have WrestleMania covered from pillar to post. We got Aaron Stevens on here. We got Tracy Murray talking wrestling. We got also a special clip, a 13-second clip from the one and only, bigger name than me a little bit, The Rock. Yes, The Rock. We will have that on Saturday at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. and Sunday at 4:30. WrestleMania previews, predictions, everything here on the Fired Up Network. Also, tomorrow, 7 p.m., Hall of Fame edition of WWE Hall of Fame, previewing the Hall of Fame. Timmy White is going on there. The Great Muta, who hasn't wrestled ever in the WWE, but now he's a Hall of Famer. And then we have an NXT preview on Saturday afternoon. But
I just want to know, when is Lita wrestling on at
hold
WrestleMania?
on, I'm going to tell you.
I don't need to hear all this white stuff. When's Lita wrestling?
No, he wants to see thongs. Marty Robert, but Billy, he wants to see thongs.
When is Lita wrestling?
A married man. A married man wants to see thongs.
Here's a hold on. And the last he is a male, a little bit elderly. So, once guys reach certain age, man, they start to draw a little saliva, man, sometimes here and there. But again, if for guys like me and Marty, when you're talking about Lita, when you're talking about Trish, you're talking about part of the golden age of wrestling. And if girls, they're probably they'll probably still look good and they'll be athletic, but they're a little past their prime. If they're headliners in 2023, it's more of an indication of the direction in which wrestling is going. They haven't built stars. You can't build stars in the same way you used to. In my estimation, again, wrestling is a dying sport. Wrestling's almost like boxing. It's a dying sport. No wonder McMahon's getting out. And once again, you can build any characters you want, but you know what? They're up against 30, 40 years of pure legends. Every character you build now is a disappointment compared to old school wrestling guys. It's a disappointment. We look down. For young kids that haven't been around and haven't seen anything, sure, they might enjoy wrestling. But for guys like us, man, that go back to the Macho Man with the brass knuckles and in
this guy's
in the back with Danny Davis in the 1, 2, 3. Man, today's wrestling is garbage. It's garbage, plain and simple. Even
Billy,
athlete storylines are garbage.
Here it is.
Go ahead, Joe. You're a wrestling guy. Am I wrong?
Well, you're 100% right. But here's two things, okay? I'm going to reveal it here. He's getting me fired up. First of all, I didn't want to say this till tomorrow, but I'll reveal it since this is a flagship show. Vince McMahon will open up the show at WrestleMania. Vince McMahon will open up. This will be his last appearance as a WWE chairman. He will open up the show. But Billy, he's getting me fired up. Marty Roberts.
How about some of that, man, Marty Roberts? How about me and Marty Roberts go in the ring? How about some of that, Marty Roberts?
I couldn't handle that.
You're not ready for that. You're not ready for that kind of business.
You would be. You know what? The problem with wrestling, Billy, would be he'd have Vaseline all over his body. He'd be so slippery you wouldn't be able to hold on to him.
Billy the Greek here. He's going to be my new tag team partner.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's my.
I told her. What's the lady's name that on the 6th that was on again? Taylor Woods.
Yes.
I told Taylor. Taylor should probably, you know what? If we took a little dance, a little shinny, she probably might get the best of me. If it was like weightlifting, man, she might eke me out too. But I told her straight, anytime, man, you want to go toe-to-toe with a Greek in a thumb wrestle, man, I'm the slipperiest individual in the business. Anytime, open challenge. Open challenge.
Wait, hold on. I can't believe Billy did not say this. Trish Stratus is back. Trish Stratus is a fellow Greek. And Trish Stratus is watching this show right now. So in Greek, and Patricia.
What did?
Good job, Joe. Joe,
sorry,
Joe
Patricia. I gotta talk to Trish right now.
Go ahead.
At this point in time, what you're setting me up for, right? You're not being a good manager and a good promoter. What you're setting me up for, and the Fired Up Network, is cancellation. Sponsor with everybody's gonna leave the ship. And you know what? If you let me talk in Greek right now, cops might show up at my house, man. There's a lot of, like, if there's no free speech anymore, I can't say what's really on my mind, man. Because there's man, and I like to wake up.
We're on the way.
I got a sink full of dishes. I want to wake up in the morning and clean them, man.
Clean them. Come on, man. Bring Marty Roberts to clean them. All right. So let's turn our attention a little bit to hockey here. Tampa winning tonight. Also winning tonight. Again, Florida beating Montreal there. Florida is, I think, a point or two behind.
1 point.
1 point. Go ahead, Marty. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, Florida's 1 point behind Pittsburgh and 2 points behind the Islanders now.
So should anybody be worried of Florida here? And I'll ask Billy, because Billy came on here, I don't know, maybe 2-3 weeks ago and said Boston can't be had in the first round. So if you look at the Islanders, Pittsburgh, or Florida, put it that way, who has a better shot at beating Boston?
Hey, they're all equal. Let's turn back the clock. All right. Let's turn back the clock about 8 months from now. If we're going into the season, right, and we're previewing the hockey, I know it's kind of, in some respects, trivial, but let's turn back the clock. 8 months ago, right? Who did we have between the three of us in terms of hockey clubs in the Eastern Conference? Florida or Boston coming into the season? Who did we have?
I had Boston.
Who'd you have, Marty?
I had Boston. Only because I didn't like. I don't.
Hold on.
In Florida. We didn't have Boston.
I don't like.
First of all, they wanted to throw Neely in jail for signing that kid that did that stupidness. Bergeron was an uncertainty. There was injuries all over. The whole organization looked like it was crumbling coming into the season, right? And now, obviously, they played good hockey. But Boston's not invisible. They're not invisible, and they could be beat by any of the three teams.
Invincible.
And if those three teams can't do the job, let me tell you something. The big blue machine, led by one wee Willie Nylander, maybe one of the most imposing two-way guys in the game, right? Gonna go toe-to-toe with Marchand. It's as tough as Marchand. It's as feisty as Marchand. Yes, William Nylander.
Joe, we'll go back to your question, Joe, seeing Billy didn't answer it. The New York Islanders would give Boston the toughest challenge.
All right, so let me ask Billy this question.
I can't even get a word in here.
No, I'm giving you the word. Listen, all right. Justin Hall, 2 minutes
should be shot. Should be Justin Hall should like earlier. You made a comment about the Toronto Six, right? First of all, Justin Hall, I don't believe can play on that club. I don't believe Justin Hall. First of all, man, I do not believe how this human being has found his way into the lavish lifestyle of professional hockey with millions. This guy drives a goddamn probably Mercedes, and he's got 3, 5, 6 million in the bank, and I'm sitting here, man, with 82 cents in this world. A guy like him and a guy like how? How the blue hell? The guy's an ankle burner. He can't skate.
Do have chips.
He can't hit. He can't fight. How, Marty Roberts?
I don't know.
How does the destiny favor guys like Justin Hall? Explain to me.
He has pictures of Sheldon Keefe in positions he doesn't want out there.
Here's the question that I was going to ask Billy. I said it to Taylor here. Do you think it's an upgrade if the Maple Leafs take Taylor Woods and then replace her with Justin Hall, or Justin Hall being replaced with Taylor Woods?
If you know what an upgrade is, really and truly, as long as it wasn't you know how they do those little pylons, like little cardboard outlines?
Yeah.
like a kind, but not a wooden one, because you can shoot right through that. If you put a metal cardboard outline and you put it right in on the side of the net on the penalty kill, would be better than Justin Hall. It really would.
What if? And I'm going to ask this. I'm being serious here. Okay.
What do you think? I'm joking?
No, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. What if Justin Hall cost us round one?
The only way Keith is half his salt and he wants to have any kind of chance. The only way Justin Hall can cost you game one is if he does some silly shit in the press
game
box.
Round one.
Yeah, if he does some silly stuff in the press box, some kind of commotion, I don't know, something. Can you lose a game from the press box? I don't think so, but you never know with that guy.
So hold on. Do you honestly think that they're not going to play Justin Hall in the playoffs?
No, they're not. No, they wouldn't. You wouldn't. But if Keith does,
would. Like, for some reason, Sheldon Keith would.
Here's the deal: between the three of us, if you put all our brains together, Marty, especially not necessarily yours because your IQ's a little bit low, but even if you throw in your 60 points, my 140 points, and Joe's about 106, that's a smart guy right there, right? The three of us together, we're a well-oiled machine. We're a little smarter combined than Sheldon Keefe. I think the three of us in a room, right? So how do us three don't want this guy, but this guy gives him 22 minutes a game? Is he hard?
I'm going to ask you, Marty, seriously, do you really think let's say it's a 7-game series. Do you really think that this guy doesn't at least play half of them?
I don't think Keith plays them, to tell you the truth. I really don't. I think he goes with the 6 guys that are, when you add Shen into that and Liljegren, I think those are the 6 guys. Yeah, the guy that's sitting out in the stands. Because when they're playing, every goal is going to matter. Right now, it's fine playing him because they're locked into where they're going to be. They're not going anywhere. That's their spot. When it comes playoff time now, every goal makes a huge difference. It means going home or staying. And Hall causes too many odd man rushes, blocks, screens the goalie too often. I don't see him in the lineup. I'd be very surprised if he was. But then again, I'm not the coach.
7-game series. They play a 7-game series. I guarantee you half the game he's in. Half the game.
Here's the problem, Joe. Here's the problem with Hall. If Hall is out, then Liljegren in. If Liljegren is out, Hall is in. It basically comes down to that. You didn't get Shen to put him in the press box against Tampa Bay. We know that. Everybody else is entrenched in terms of Brody Giordano, Riley. So it's either Liljegren or Hall. Basically, it's what it comes down to, right? And unfortunately, Liljegren hasn't been playing necessarily his best hockey over the last month either, which gives an opening and lends credence to possibly inserting Hall in Keith's mind. Because he has a guy that obviously he trusts a little bit, whereas he's got a guy in Liljegren.
Hopefully he'll be back.
He disappeared. He'll be back.
Yeah, he's back on. Here he goes. Go ahead.
Hey, man, that was one of my better points, man, in my 5 years. That was in my top 20 points. I got shut down.
Go ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
You know me, I'm a very logical individual, right? So put yourself in. And Marty, who's not as logical, but he's a good listener, so he understands as a fellow coach. Marty, as a coach, big is trust. Right? You got to feel trust that you have, right? So the question is, does Keith trust Liljegren more in a spot than Hall? That's what it comes down to, right?
He trusts Hall. He may trust Hall over Riley. Put it that way.
Well, and again, if it's me in that boardroom or behind that bench, and a long person, you need your best. Hall is not your top 6 defense, and he's not within the top 10 in your organization, yet he finds a spot on the ice continuously. For a guy that's 6'4", 220, he doesn't skate good. He's not physical. He can't fight. He gives the puck away. He's out of position. And he's ugly, too. What else do you want, man? He's got everything against him.
You know what? He might just keep the same thing going, 11-7. That's why he might just do in the playoffs as well. Roll 7 defense and 11 forwards, and so be it. I can see him doing that.
No, because hold on, Marty. 11-7 means that Riley's not back. The minute O'Reilly comes back, it changes the scope. And if you add Knives too, possibly, right? Then there's no 11 because somebody from your core has got to be one of those guys that sit. You know, you can bet your sweet ass that Kerfoot's not sitting. He's one that keeps boys.
It would
right?
be Zach Aston Reese. That would be the guy that would be sitting out.
All right, so you need to sit another guy then.
So that leads to the next question here.
Well, Simmons played last night. Zach Aston Reese. There's your two guys to bring back in Achari and O'Reilly.
How about Knives?
Knives ain't playing.
That's the next question.
He's not in this year.
I'll start off with Billy because the guy never gets a word edgewise. All right.
You're right.
So I'll start off with him. All right. Right now, O'Reilly, Knives is going to play. All right. Knives is going to play. They're just waiting for his team in college hockey to be eliminated or win. So he's going to play. Give me your starting lineup as game 1 against Tampa.
How in the blue hell can I give you a starting lineup? I can't even put 3 sentences together. You want me to name 20 guys?
Because you got a 140 IQ.
You want exactly.
I don't like to show off, Marty. I like to pretend that I don't know. I like to be humble. I don't know the 20 guys. Here's what I put in. First of all, I give Knives a shot, right? Just to catch lightning in a bottle, where you see guys that made their debuts in that and come up with a big moment. I give him a shot to. I give a shot absolutely to anybody but Justin Hall. It's pretty simple for me. The roster is set. O'Reilly, Knives, Nola Chari in, Simmons, the guy with the hyphenated last name, and Hall out, man. And then you play hockey. Who?
All right. So Zach Aston Reese with the hyphenated last name. So I'm going to ask you this, and I know you're going to say the same thing, okay? I don't know where Marty went, but anyways.
Again, man, he's running scared, man. Right, because he's used to guys like
Cheetos. He went to get some Cheetos.
He's used to
there it is. There it is. What did I call you, man? Look, he
you know what? He runs away, and then because he's used to having conversations, eloquent and polite conversations with Laverne, man. He can't hang and bang with the EY skipper. The minute he hears a little man, the guy loses his voice, man. I made Marty Roberts Double J, and I can break him. Don't forget that.
Listen, you made Marty Roberts, and I elevated him into the main event status. I made Norm Rumack, and you put him into the curtain jerker. All right, so put it that way. All right, so there you go. So
he made Norm Rumack a borderline Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's a I hear this all the time. Monday, Facebook at 7 p.m. on Billy's show. He's a borderline Hall of Famer. How do you take a borderline Hall of Famer to make him into a Hall of Fame in your eyes?
You know what he needs at this point in time? Because if you go over his career and you look at some of his stats, he's like a kind of guy. I'm not going to necessarily equate to like baseball Hall of Fame, but he's a kind of guy, obviously, as we all can know and respect. He had a little run there where he was the best in the business. He slid a little, right? Now, in his later years, he can come on any Monday, man, and pull a miracle. That's what we're waiting for. The old Norm. Any given Monday, baby, can Vampire again start yelling? First of all, think of it like this, Joe. A guy like me, a no-talent bum, a degenerate from the pool halls. I've never went to school for broadcasting. I went to Paradise Pool Hall, right? And I come on every Monday and I destroy him intellectually, emotionally, in every which way, and he doesn't respond. Well, sooner or later he's gonna come after me. I can't wait. I've been egging him on for 2 years, man. I've been busting his chops, and he's still carrying that Rumack. I'm waiting one day for the old Rumack to come out, man. But you know what, friends? I fear that guy's long gone, baby.
Now, first of all, Billy the Greek should be named the Golden Greek. And listen to this. I got a new name for you. The intellectual savior of the masses. You like that?
Yes.
Hey, that's 3 times,
the only
Joe.
problem is, as I'm contemplating the run for as I'm trying to throw my candidate, the only thing that I'm contemplating is obviously there's obviously a little bit of a little discrepancy in terms of some of my previous activities as a different character. So I'm trying
Rob Ford was there. Rob Ford was there. You'd be all right.
Yeah, you know what?
There's some football coach.
We need a man of the people. I'm not a man. I'm a mouse, man. I can't run for nothing. What am I gonna do? Jesus the Murphy. If I was anything special, man, I wouldn't be on the fire.
You're right. No, I took you from a fraudulent company and raised you up here, man. So you got to stay up here instead of.
Nah, you did. You
see
me from that other meatball, that other potato, Joe Tilly, that other over the hill, no talent, CFTO, and then you want to come and hang with me, pal. You were in the business 40 years, man. I was in there for 4 minutes, man, and I pulled your pants down every week, pal. If you're out there, how's that, man? How's that for the truth?
All right.
Damn it.
Intellectual savior of the masses. This is the great Greek, intellectual savior of the masses. All right, we got a couple minutes more. I'll give it to Marty. Anywhere in the sports world, and you know what? And I'm going to say this: God love Norm, a good friend of mine, and everything like that. He gave me broadcasting career, started with Norm and all that, but his career went downhill when he was talking about Chelsea. Chelsea screwed him up. Chelsea screwed him up like they screwed Thomas Tuchel. Try to say that 3 times, Billy, to Norm. Ask him about Thomas Tuchel.
First of all, here's the thing: when you're a footy fan, and you're a connoisseur and a diehard, and it's in your blood. Usually, that's from birth. You don't become a fan of a footy nation in your 50s, man. Like he found Chelsea in 2006, but he was born in 1950. Hold on. All this guy Rumac did for 10 years, he dizzied me every day. Every night, man. So I'm driving at George's doing my deliveries. I got him. This guy dizzying me every night, telling me about God's team, about the blue and white, about how he wouldn't trade Wendell for Fedorov, and everybody laughed and wanted to throw tomatoes off his forehead. And he was adamant. 25 years later, you know what? He doesn't even enjoy the Leafs. He doesn't watch hockey. So you know what he was? He was a phony back then. The real Rumac, not the real Rumac. He hates the Leafs. He hates Marty Roberts. I don't know about Double J.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait you brought back the Rumac who puts everybody to sleep. I haven't watched the game here, but back in my security days, I haven't watched the game here, but I could tell you what happened in 1977 when I ran into Harold Ballard. All right?
Listen. Hold on. Like I told you, any given Monday, you know what this guy does? Because if you take enough abuse from a punk like me, sooner or later, your Syracuse orange blood's got to boil, right? I've been destroying this guy and giving Rumac shellacks on a week in and week out basis for 2 years. When's this guy going to grow a little bit, how do you say, Joe, chutzpah? And respond. When's he going to come after me, man? When's he going to insult me?
He has lost his chutzpah. He's still.
Rumac, when are you going to come after me, man? I've destroyed for 2 years.
You know what?
They're going to give you another chance.
Here it is. Throw a dime on air. Throw a dime, and you'll see the Rumac shellac come back. He'll jump for it. And by the way, he became a Chelsea fan because somebody that I know gave him a Chelsea jersey. Oh, I got a Chelsea jersey. They're not. It's a blue.
I am an AFC Richmond fan from watching Ted Lasso.
Yeah, well, Ted Lasso. You look like Ted Lasso too. All right.
I don't have a mustache like that.
All right, Marty, I'll give you the ball here. Anything else you want to talk, John, in the sporting world? I know you're anxiously awaiting 12 o'clock tomorrow, the world-famous soccer show. Even Billy, the Golden Greek, the intellectual savior of the masses, watches it.
Do you want me to say something now?
For sure, Joe? Are you for sure? Are you just pulling our leg that it's on?
It is on noon tomorrow. Carmen Asacco, John Freeman Nelson, the Hall of Famer, Giancarlo Lino he's probably cutting his hair every second week. But yeah, the soccer show is on tomorrow, and Norm Rumac watches it. He gets everything he wants to know from Norm Rumac, and Billy the Great, not the Greek, the Great, the intellectual savior of the masses, watches it too. Marty, go ahead, close it out.
We're not closing nothing. We're going to 11. We're going to 11 p.m. I'm not finished with Joe Tilley, man. I'm not finished. I'm ready to lay it all on the line.
You can finish after I ask you this. Who are your picks in MLB for the World Series? Let's go the AL, NL, then the World Series.
Ooh, yeah, baby. Marty, this is as tough as it gets coming in because obviously any handicapping's got to start in the AL East, right? When you're talking about the American League. You look outside of it, the first question I'm going to ask you is arguably who are the two best baseball players in the world? Maybe could it be Ohtani and Trout?
I would think so, yeah.
On the same team, Marty, and they can't win 80 games.
Well, but they did add. See, this is what I like about Anaheim. They went out and got a couple guys, and you got Anthony Rendon, who he had an awesome spring. If he stays healthy, you added Anderson, you got Ohtani there, you got a couple other guys, and don't forget they got your Urshela and Renfroe. You know what? They might. To me, I'm picking them to upset Houston in that West.
Especially, I agree with you, especially with Altuve down for who knows how long, a couple of months. And you see, obviously, if you see Framber Valdez leading off, Framber Valdez is a beautiful pitcher, don't get me right, but you know where he's beautiful as your number 3 and 4 guy. We've never seen him on the hump. The guys that are on the hump in Houston for games 1 and 2 are guys that are good in the back end, right? That have a pitching matchup advantage over other number 3s and 4s. But when you put them against 1s and right, they don't got the advantage anymore. I look for Houston, as you said, to take a dive. The Oakland A's, man, I'm watching a little bit. Look, I watch a little bit of clips on Moneyball. They might win 35 games. How about where do you bring they're in for you?
I just don't know. Like Seattle, get to the playoffs last year, but they got some good young pitchers there. I'm just not sold on in the West there. I like I said, I got Anaheim there, Houston there, Seattle be in the mix. Do they have what it takes to be what they were last year to make it to the playoffs? I don't know if they do this year. I really don't.
All right, when we go, let's move from there. They didn't
add anyone. They didn't add anyone.
They added probably Silver Sluggerman. They added a borderline Hall of Famer, Teoscar Hernandez. Defense, a 5-tool guy.
Yeah,
5-tool guy.
Yeah.
And he's the kind of guy that'll keep the dugout lively, right? That's important. You got to have a little fun in baseball.
And he wears a lot of jackets.
Absolutely. So let's move to the Central. Who do you got? Obviously over there you're looking at Minnesota's who knows what to make of them, right? They can win 95 or win 65. I don't know. Chicago looks good, but they're offensively challenged. You lose Abreu. I saw the lineup, the way it's constructed. There's a lot of holes in there. They arguably got the best starting pitching in maybe the American League, and then you got the Indians. So where's the money there, Marty?
Guardians.
Both the Centrals and the National and the AL is wide open. I'm picking the Twins only because they went out and got Lopez. Vasquez is now catching for them. They re-signed by 5 teams Carrera again. And Gallo might benefit from the shift not happening anymore.
Yeah.
Right? So
again, are you confident in anything though?
No. Not in that division, I'm not. Not in that division, no.
So before Joe takes us to the National League, let's bring it to the AL East. Obviously you got there's a lot of interesting what's the word that I'm looking for? Possibilities in terms of who's what. We don't have no pitching. They can win. I don't know. Boston's a funny team. Baltimore is up and coming. Where are they in terms of their evolution? Tampa Bay always finds a way. And then you got obviously New York, Toronto. Where do you see the Jays at the end of this?
I think the Jays have it this year to win this division. But I think for this division, obviously it's going to be Toronto, Yankees, Tampa. I think when it comes to trade deadline, who makes that move to put them ahead of everyone else? And I think this year, the Jays have never been above the luxury tax. They are this year. Rogers is not just going a little bit over it. They're in it to win it. So when it comes to trade deadline, I expect them to make whatever moves are needed, whether it's a big name in the bullpen, another starter, whatever the case is.
There's a difference.
So I think the Jays.
Here's the difference, Marty. Here's the difference. When you break down the two clubs, number one, if you looked at the starting rotations, you give a slight. I believe a slight edge is deserved if you're talking about the Yankees with Rondon, with Cole, Cortez, and Severino, who's unfortunately down in the injury situations. But here's the biggest difference, and the gap hasn't shrunk, man. And this is the difficulty I have with trying to Blue Jays Yankees from the 6th inning on, right? In comparison to the Blue Jays, innings 6, 7, and 8 were many games, at least 30 games a year are won and lost in the 6th, 7th, 8th inning, right? Maybe even 40, right? Yankees in those 3 innings, man, are far better, Marty, than the Blue Jays in those innings. Can the rest of the club, the Blue Jay depth, their offense, can it overcome that? That's their Achilles heel, man. And these guys, as we mentioned off the top, haven't addressed it. You still had Garcia in the 8th inning.
Yep.
Garcia's not a high leverage guy on top. If he was on the Yankees, he'd be pitching, you know where? He'd be pitching as a guy that comes in when you're down 6-0. That's who he is in championship baseball, man. Whether you like it or not, that's the truth, man. I don't want to hurt the guy's feelings, but he's not a stud on a championship club.
Like, you got to remember too with the Jays.
I said it all. Just say, you know what, Greek? You might be one of the smartest guys I ever met in my life. You know what?
That's it.
I'm like the gospel, man. When I tell the truth.
I'm going to go to the Yankees.
Speaking of telling the truth, after you're done, man, a couple more words on that ham and nigger that lives out in Newcastle. Go ahead.
All right, hold on, Marty. Stop eating.
I'm eating my chips.
Forget about the National League right now. I got to get, because we got a question here from Scott Dixon. He wants to know, what are the Greeks' final 4 picks? So the final 4 goes down Saturday here, and it's San Diego State against
What are his final 4 picks? It's pretty simple. There's only 4 teams left.
Listen.
So who wins? Come on.
Oh.
San Diego State.
The only guy. I might be the only guy that picked these 4 teams to get in the Final 4, so you better listen.
So go ahead. San Diego State, Florida Atlantic. Go ahead.
Come on, you're a boy. Who do we got on the menu? San Diego State?
San Diego State, Florida Atlantic.
Florida Atlantic
is favored by 2.5.
FAU.
Florida Atlantic. Here's the problem. Florida Atlantic 33-3 on the year 9 seed. But here's the problem. San Diego State has a lot of 3rd and 4th year guys, a lot of veterans. And you know what? Can a 9 seed FAU really make it to a championship game? Can it really happen? I don't think so, but I wouldn't be surprised. Give us San Diego State there, partner.
All right. And then, what? Marty, what do you say? Do you agree with that?
FAU.
FAU.
Yeah.
FAU. All right. Then a Saturday night, 8:49.
What did you say, FIU? FIU, Marty? Is that what you want? FIU?
Don't get it fired here. Come on. All right. Connecticut.
FIU, Marty.
Connecticut up against Miami, Florida. Go ahead. Connecticut favored by 5.5.
Connecticut's the best team in college basketball right now, blowing everybody by 20. A Gonzaga team as a pickup. They ran them out of the gym. So that's a freight train. And you know what? It ends with Connecticut taking the whole thing. And not only this, man. So they play good basketball, but they got buttercups the whole way, right? You couldn't have asked for it. You're playing the best basketball in the country, and there's nobody else around you, man. That's like a gift, man. That's like a gift. Take the money, baby. That's a gift. Connecticut, easy peasy. Easy peasy.
All right, Marty.
UConn. Yeah, UConn there. Here, I want to ask you this, Billy. The seedings, is it more of upsets happen, or is it because we think that they were maybe seeded wrong?
It's not. First of all, college basketball is no different than any other sport in this respect. The difference between, especially with early graduations and the college portal, where guys are going back and forth from universities, you can rebuild. The difference between a club like a club that plays it in the ACC, a major versus a mid-major, the line is so small, man. It's not that big. Even like Vegas will tell you how simple it is. You see a 3 versus a 14 early on. I forgot the matchup, and Vegas only has the spread on the 14 is 3.5. the pickings are so slim. And this year in college basketball, there was no outstanding club. There was no consensus team, right? So it was just willy-nilly, man, in terms of these brackets, right? This could be
Like
the first
you said,
year.
UConn was one of the hottest teams going in, and they weren't a one seed.
Yeah, they were down the near. But again, UConn started out on fire, went through a losing spell, and then found their game at the right time. So again, it just goes to show when you're talking about basketball, man. You want to know how guys like Reese Davis on ESPN, even that Big Mouth, Stephen A., guys that cover this for a living, you know what their brackets are? They got 300 points, right? And a winning bracket is 1920, and these guys got eliminated 2 hours into the tournament, and they do this for a living. How the hell are me and you going to figure it out?
By the way, we had Tom Izzo on tonight, and we had we'll have Clark Kellogg on tomorrow. And I got to say, for ladies Final Four, South Carolina against Iowa. South Carolina going to win that. Virginia Tech and LSU. Virginia Tech, the Final Four for the ladies begins tomorrow, and it concludes on Sunday. All right, Marty.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. You know what would be kind of nice? If you want to grow the game a little bit, and you want to have a little Billie Jean King moment with Bobby Riggs, get a little attention, a little thing. You know what you might want to consider, man? You might want to consider matching up the championship UConn Huskies versus South Carolina. And I'll tell you this, man. I seen South Carolina play, and those girls, man, those girls can shoot. I'm watching some of the men and their counterparts. Physical way obviously can't compete, but they can shoot the basketball. You know what? It'd be nice to see a little something because since the day I was born. But if that happens, you know what? You'll get my eyes. I'll watch.
You mean you didn't watch the Isabel Cup where the Toronto Six won on Sunday night? Where, by the way,
I was listening on the radio.
You don't even know this. Marty Roberts was the mascot of the Toronto Six all year. His name was Kipling. But the problem is his head's too big. He ate too many ruffles and everything like that. All right, Billy, you have the last comment here. You were saying something about some ham and egg or whatever. Go ahead.
We're gonna finish here. First of all, I want to ask Marty. I want to get his opinion. If you're judging now, right? Who do you think here, man? I want your opinion. Two things that I've been very curious about. Who do you think's funnier between Niles and Fraser Crane in your opinion?
Fraser.
You think Fraser?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's
Fraser was better on Cheers than he was on his own show.
Yeah. All right. Who do you have, Shelley Long or Christy Alley?
Christy Alley.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, all right. We're in consensus there again. If you got nothing better to do, man, you know what?
The question is, who did he like better, Iggy or Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley?
I'm not that old, pal. I wasn't around those times, Joe. Laverne and Shirley.
Marty Roberts almost as old as Drew Ebanks, who was celebrating at 65. So come on, Marty. Yeah. Who was better, Iggy or Squiggy?
Squiggy.
Laverne or Shirley?
Shirley.
Why?
Just because that was the last name.
All right. So Marty Roberts, as we conclude a great edition of Fired Up Live, the flagship show of the Fired Up Network. Tomorrow, noon, soccer show.
Soccer show.
Hold on.
I cut the promos on the soccer show.
Hold on. As you guys have seen by this demonstration for the people watching, maybe you don't like me, but one thing you can't take away from me is I'm a truth teller. Would you guys agree that I'm a logical truth teller for the majority of the time? My thought process is...
You were a 140 IQ.
Hold on. My thought process is borderline immaculate. Would you agree with that comment?
I just gave you a promotion from the Golden Greek to the intellectual savior of the masses.
You know what? Don't make me lay an intellectual bludgeoning on all of you, because I will if I have to. I know a lot of big words, but here's what I do know. As a fan of sports, I watch, and I don't say this because you're here. I flip around. Soccer show that I've ever seen in my life. Most entertaining, most informative, wittiest. You know, maybe there's not the British accent there. That's fine. We can do without that. But it's on the Fired Up Network. Those guys are the best. What's his name again? Freeman Nelson, the Hall of Famer. He's unbelievable, man.
John Freeman Nelson.
Yeah, I call him Nelly. Nelly's unbelievable. You got the coach. You got the little whippersnapper who's smarter than grow up to be a unbelievable sportscaster if he's not already. And then you got the president throwing his 2 cents in there every now and then. How you like that promo?
That's a good promo. Hold on, Marty. I'll let you
But
go.
he's still not watching it.
So noon.
Why not? I watch it religiously.
He watches it in his underwear. All right. So, look, at noon, the soccer show. Tomorrow, special game time edition where we got Clark Kellogg on here and we got another special surprise. And listen, Billy, you've done amazing here tonight. And I'm telling you, tomorrow, I may invite you with Drew Ebanks and the fellow Greek himself, Anthony K. We're going to be here at a special time. And then at 7 o'clock, we're going to do the Hall of Fame preview of the WWE. Saturday, NXT preview, WrestleMania preview, Sunday, WrestleMania preview. Marty, tell everybody how they can get a hold of you.
Instagram, Twitter, Old Lefty 22.
And I know for a fact that some guy named Tilly wants to get a hold of Billy. So how does he get a hold of you, Billy?
Hey, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll tell you. That the true essence of a man is, number one, stands by his convictions, respects others and their ability to deliver their thoughts from their heart as they believe. The minute somebody stands in your way, turns their back on you for telling the truth and telling how you feel, you know what that guy is. I'll tell you. Well, you know the word for it. I'm not there, but that's the bottom line. We should, all of us, man. And this is serious stuff, Joe. This is serious commentary here. All of us, no matter what we do, fired up, anywhere, that, we should all have the courage and the right to express our opinions with respect, with factual information, and with conviction. And we should not be suppressed no matter what our political ideologies are, our religious ideologies, or anything else. We should have the freedom to talk, not to be suppressed by a segment of the population that's made this country kind of a little bit questionable at times. So we'll just leave it at that. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, I urge everybody to check out Billy's show, Billy and Norm Rumack show. Well, hold on, Marty. Take that off. I urge everybody to check out Billy and Norm Rumack's show every Monday, 7 p.m., where you're going to get the intellectual savior of the masses, the Golden Greek, shellacking Rumack. And I urge you to get your speech was great. Continue that speech on Monday, Billy. Continue.
You know what
all right.
Here's it. And by the way, we're going to have a big announcement in the upcoming month or so. We're going to have new production that I don't want to go overboard, but we'll leave it at that. There's big surprises coming. But here's what I'll tell you, Joe. Here's what the beauty is, man. The beauty is we got a guy in Norm Rumack that went to Syracuse University, man, studied media, and we got a guy from those two guys can get together, and every now and then the guy from the streets gets the upper hand. So that tells me there's a lot of people out there, man, a lot of friends that I know, a lot of people that are lost that are no longer with us, that are way more talented than these stiffs that somehow got on the air, man. And this is a shout out to those people, either through addiction, through circumstance, through whatever thing happened in your life, and you never got a shot to be a character in a good movie. There's 1,000 of us, man, that could be 10 times better than any of you. Unfortunately, you guys got lucky because you walked a straight path. But I'm back from the dead, man, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bury Rumack again, man, and I'm gonna put it on, and I'm gonna tell him, take your Syracuse universities and stick them where the sun don't shine, because you can't hang with me, little man, little Rumack. If you're paying attention, if you're watching on Monday, man, I'm gonna come at you with a tenacity and vigor, and you know what? And a little bit of humility.
That was very well said, and for those people who put that off right now. For those people who don't know, Marty,
I'm trying to take us out, Joe.
No, take us out when I tell you. All right, for those people.
Listen to the boss, Marty. Don't ever do that again on my watch. Don't ever cross the boss again like that and try to try to run the promotion here. You know who pays the bills around here. You know who sends those massive paychecks, man.
All right, hold on, Marty. You can play it in 10 seconds. I got to say this. For those people who don't know, and I'm not going to get into this or whatever, the Golden Greek, the intellectual savior of the masses, the guy who's getting $1 from Marty Roberts tonight, did an amazing show considering what he's gone through during the last 2 weeks. This was honestly, and I'm saying it, and maybe Marty can back it up. This is why people should check in to the Fired Up Network. Check in seriously to Norm Rumack and him Monday, Facebook at 7, because it doesn't matter if he lays the shellac, doesn't matter if he intellectually saves you, doesn't matter. He brings the passion, he brings the goods each and every week here.
How about the hair? How about, don't forget the hair.
I got better hair. I got better hair than that. And you can ask some other Greek here. All right, I got some better. And I do, since he announced something spectacular, I want to get together Billy, the Golden Greek, and Anthony K, Sports Fluent, to do a Greek show where Marty Roberts will translate it, and that's coming up on the Fired Up Network. All right, stay tuned for more great programming. Marty's sleeping there. Marty, take us out. Where is the music? What kind of production do I have here? Come on.